Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here on this beautiful Monday afternoon. It is just starting to rain outside my window here in the San Francisco Bay Area, and we're going to have a lot of rain this week. I'm looking forward to it, you know? We don't get nearly enough rain, so it's a good thing.
Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
Allie J, you know who is friendly to us, is Allie J. Thank you so much for your continued support, Allie J. Really appreciate that. 5 months of support. Keeping this ship going smooth and steady, sailing on course. Thanks to your generous support, Allie J. Thank you, thank you. By the way, thank you to Banniarola for the follow 4 minutes ago. And Danger Mouse 99X, thank you for following too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If maybe it's your first time here, or if it's anybody else's first time, an extra special welcome to you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do what I think more scientists should do. Public outreach, talking to regular folks about their research. It's my purpose here on this platform to try and give you an inside peek into how fossil science works, you know? As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs in particular. I dig up dinosaurs. I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now 5 days a week here on Twitch, I talk about dinosaurs with you. We are starting the year 2023 today here on Paleontologizing, and I'm really excited about that. We've got some new traditions that we're starting. I might try and do earlier start times from here on out, so you're getting a taste of that today, starting in almost an hour early. And so yeah, if you're in a time zone that's conducive to that, hopefully you appreciate that. We'll also be starting Dinosaur Bingo today. 2023 Dinosaur Paleontology Bingo. We'll be covering that in a little bit. I'll be going over some New Year's resolutions, and you're welcome to share yours as well in a little bit too. And we'll be making some predictions about dinosaur science in this new year, 2023. And all this stuff's going to be public record, so at the end of the year, we'll go back and we'll see how correct or incorrect we were. Should be a lot of fun. Lots of exciting stuff planned for this year, too, and we'll be talking a little bit about that also, I'm sure. But before we do any of that stuff, let me go through chat and say hello to everybody, and we'll get this thing kicked off, you know? I believe Clouds in the Air was first today, is that right? Welcome, welcome, Clouds. Good to see you. Science Streams. Howdy, howdy. How are you doing, Science Streams? Welcome back, Belint. Hope you had a great weekend and a happy new year so far. Hope your 2023 is off to a rollicking start, Belint. It's good to see you. Who else have we got? Amiga Cami. Bienvenidos, Amiga. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Let me know if you've got any questions about dinosaurs, about the fossil record, about evolution or extinction. We'll actually be talking about extinction in a little bit too. Invisible Dimensions, thank you so much for that video that you linked. I was not aware of this. We'll be going over that. Yeah, but if anybody's got any questions relevant to dinosaur paleontology in particular, or really any aspect of natural history, don't be shy with your questions. Type them right there into chat, and we'll go over them. Try and answer those to the best of my ability. That's what these broadcasts are all about, you know? Matt Pie is back. How are you doing, Matt Pie? Welcome, welcome. Great to see you. I loved your little trivia question the other day on New Year's Eve, Matt Pie. That was pretty excellent. I like that a lot. Lord Caffeine is here too. How are you doing, Lord Caffeine? Welcome, welcome. And thank you, Invisible Dimensions, again for the video link. We will be going over that. I'm excited. Hopefully it's not too much of a downer, but, you know, sometimes even depressing news is still important to go over. Not sometimes. Many times. So, yeah. It's important to stay informed. Corwin Pro. How are you doing, Corwin? Welcome, welcome to you. I'm glad you could make it today. Happy New Year to you. Harabothan. Good evening. It's afternoon here, but whatever time it is where you are, Harabothan. I'm glad you could make it. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, Bothan. Yeah, Caravan, how are you doing? Happy New Year to you also, Caravan. Welcome, welcome. Lenina says Paleo Bingo. Yes, indeed, Lenina. Oh man, it's gonna be wonderful. I hope. Let's hope this goes well. We shall see. And yeah, Retro Roadshow, surf rock and metal, they are like sister taxa on the grand tree of music, you know? They are very closely related. They share a lot of synapomorphies, I would say. Yeah. Kirsten, I hope you enjoyed that. You hadn't seen that cold open video before? Well, I hope you liked it. And Kome Jiax, how are you doing? This is better than Marvel. Thank you. I will take that as a compliment. Maybe not the highest bar, but I appreciate your kind words. Thank you. Victorious, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Stavros, happy New Year to you too, my friend. Welcome back, Stavros. Great to have you here. Glad you could join us. Hope your New Year's off to a good start. Haraz, hello to you too. Welcome, welcome. Layer T. Snowing again in Minnesota? I'm sorry, Retro Roadshow, yeah. Man, I used to have to deal with winter snow like that every year in Montana. Oh boy. At least in Montana, it's usually drier. Minnesota, you got all that humidity too. It probably feels even colder. DJL, what's up with you? Welcome, DJL. Good to see you here. Glad you could join us. And Banierella says, I got unfollowed. I don't know why. It happens. It's good to have you back, Benny. Good to have you here. Yeah. We do not all have the same bingo card. They are randomized, Lenina. Take a look at the command there. I think Claire posted that to the top. She pinned it. So thank you, Claire. And Claire, I got your whisper about a typo. Did I have the word preeminent in there? Should be prominent. Anyway, I'll have to look at that. But yeah. And Neon Coffee Cat, medical doctor who wrote a paper. Oh, we've not talked about that. No, Neon Coffee Cat. That's an interesting one. Yeah. This is the first time I'm gonna get a chance to use this. Do you know where he got that information? That medical doctor who said that dromaeosaurs or some kind of theropod were parasites? Where did he get that from?
Wow, the land of make-believe.
Yeah. Yeah. And let's see here. Smorphosaurus, how are you doing? Welcome to you, Smorf. Good to see ya. Yeah. And, projecting a low of -50. Holy cow, Retro Roadshow. That is lousy. I hope you stay warm. Yeah. And PX Sharon, you are still funny. How did your gift sub expire? I'm sorry, PX Sharon. It happens. Yeah. But let's. Is that a Jolene parody there, PX Sharon? Yeah. You have reference to it not being a pachycephalosaur. I love that, Sharon. That's wonderful. Excellent. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. No, you're good, Claire. You're good. No worries. Got sharp eyes there, Claire. Yeah. And you're okay? Okay, Smorphosaurus. We'll see if we can improve that. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Let's see. See the text in a little pop-up. This is true, Books, Brews, and Booze. You can also press the Control Plus. At least if you're on a Windows computer. Who knows about Macintosh computers? I can't afford those, so I don't know how they work. But if you've got a Windows PC, you can embiggen it by pressing Control Plus. And Control Scroll. Does that work too, Claire Bear? Cool. And PX Sharon, I appreciate you. Yeah. Excellent. Wonder why the paper was published in a paleo journal? Neon Coffee Cat? Which journal was it? I don't even remember that. That was from like the early 2000s, right? Or was it the aughts? Or the early 2010s? I forget. Yeah. And Lord Corbias says, isn't there a new theory regarding T-Rex arms? Published last year, this was Kevin Padian's idea, that they may have gotten smaller over time because A, they weren't very useful in the first place, and B, it would have helped keep those arms out of the way during a feeding frenzy. They'd be less likely to be bitten off or to get injured and infected and etc. Which is a compelling idea, I think. But I don't know. It was cool that Kevin Padian kind of published that as a hypothesis. He just kind of puts it out there and says, like, here's what we would need to test this idea, evidence that we don't have yet. Have at it, everybody else, you know? I thought that was cool. So yeah. And, anyway. Yeah. We got through chat surprisingly quickly. Let me take a look at the bingo cards real quick. And, that should be in right here. Bingo game manager. We already have 16 of them allocated out of 500. Maybe I should have only paid for 250, but I paid for 500. They were not free. Paid money for that. Hopefully I can write it off on my taxes, we'll see. But yeah, the bingo cards, there's a finite number of them, and the bingo card generator will expire by February 1st. So make sure you get your bingo cards now while you can. Get only one each, please. Cheating will not be tolerated. We might actually have a prize for whoever gets a bingo first. But, yeah, I still have to come up with that. And we'll probably set up a special channel on the Discord as well for everybody to mark down. Well, A, show what they have on their card, so we keep everybody honest. I know we've got wonderful people in this community, but, you know, in science, what's our motto? Sometimes trust but verify. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. An extraordinary claim like a bingo requires some evidence there. So yeah. Anyway, but make sure that you save your card right now, and then you can post it in the Discord later when we get that sorted. So yeah. And where are the bingo cards? Type in exclamation mark bingo. There you go. Thank you, Books. Appreciate that. Yeah, excellent. So yeah. And hey, Captain Lamy, how are you doing? Welcome. Good to see you here. And hello to you too, KJ Dub. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. You think you have enough evidence to mark off new taxon named from a single element? Victorious, these are going to be published papers in 2023. Don't you go publishing a paper based on a single undiagnostic piece of dinosaur float. That will be considered bad form. But yeah, and there you go, Layer T. Like we've said many times, that's smaller arms idea, yeah. It's all a balance thing. They're theropod dinosaurs like T-Rex are balancing on a single fulcrum like that. And, you know, the more weight they have up front, well, the trickier it gets for them to balance. So having smaller arms allows them to have a bigger head, more muscly neck, and etc. So yeah. You're not totally lost, Layer T. You're getting it. You're getting it for sure. And do we have to discuss something on stream in order for it to count? It's pretty much. We'll be discussing the rules in a little bit, Books. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and we'll be discussing the stuff on stream and in the Discord as well. But, yeah. I hope to know about this stuff. I hope to be a good source of information about the bingo calling, you know? That's the idea, is that if there's a new paper or something, here is maybe the first place you'll hear about it. That's the idea, anyway. That's the goal. Yeah. And Smurf, we'll talk about it, but save it to your hard drive if you can. Yeah. And that sounds fun, PX Sharon. I look forward to seeing that. Yeah. And Layer T, that is a perfectly valid strategy. Yes, absolutely. If you do find something off stream, bring it up on stream so we can discuss it. Maybe we've discussed it earlier, in which case I'll tell you we discussed it earlier, but if you're the first to bring it up, then, like, big kudos to you. That'll be awesome. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, I am pretty excited about some New Year's stuff. Like this new follow.
It's hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Thank you, Anne-Marie K. Author, for your follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you clicking that follow button. And Happy New Year to you as well. Yeah, you can't seem to save the image. Yeah, you can screenshot it, Smurf. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And you love dinosaurs. Glad to see a paleontology Twitch stream? Of course. And Marie, hey. I'm glad you love dinosaurs. Do you, perchance, have any favorite dinosaurs? Let me know. I dig up dinosaurs for various museums across the American West, and I study them and publish on them. Yeah. The stream is all about dinosaurs, and how they also relate to natural history in general. And thank you, Victorious, for that gift sub to Anne-Marie. Wonderful. And we are already up to 2 out of 30 new subs for our sub goal today. Thank you, Victorious, for that gift. Really appreciate that. That's excellent. And Spinosaurus, Anne-Marie, I am going to be publishing on Spinosaurs, hopefully pretty soon this year. Here's my sculpt and 3D print of Baryonyx, which is the UK's resident Spinosaurid. There are a couple of others, but they're all, honestly, probably synonymous with Baryonyx. Yeah, how do these dinosaurs actually catch fish? That is the subject of my upcoming paper. So that's gonna be a lot of fun, and you'll hear about it here first, Anne-Marie. So I'm so glad you followed. Spinosaurids are one of my favorite groups of dinosaurs. I've been working on them for a long time now, close to like 8 years, maybe longer. So yeah. But yeah, anyway. And well, let's see here. And Mosasaurus, oh, very cool. You know, Mosasaurus is a giant marine lizard, right, Anne-Marie? It's not actually a dinosaur. It's a giant marine lizard. It's similar to like a Komodo dragon. Yeah. Danny says, yeah, twice. Danny complains about climate change. Danny says that's not a dinosaur, Hojo Cat. Those would be specific to the stream. These are about dinosaur discoveries made in 2023. Those bingo cards would have to be, like, reset every stream, Hojo Cat, because I do those things a lot. And I'll be doing all of those today. In fact, I just did That's Not a Dinosaur, like, 25 seconds ago. And you tell people all the time, that's awesome. And you're going to be right at home here on Paleontologizing. It's so great to have you. I'm so glad you got a gift sub. Enjoy those emotes. Ones like these and these. And there's some Baryonyx right there for you, too. Yeah, you wanted to be a paleontologist? Well, it's never too late, Anne-Marie K. It's never too late. Are you an author, by the way? Your Twitch username suggests as much. Let me know. And Layer T has requested a dinosaur deep dive. Let's get that up on the board. What do you write about, Anne-Marie? I'd love to know, if you wouldn't mind sharing. Oh, what do you know? We're also going to be talking about Mosasaurus before too long. And dinosaur name E, the dinosaur with the shortest name. Genus and species name, E-Chi. And that is for Layer T. Very nice. That's going to be a fun one. E is such a weird dinosaur. It's one of the... It's definitely a candidate for like, most bizarre dinosaur. What a weird critter. A, like, bat-winged little Scansoriopterid theropod. Like, incredibly bizarre. What a weird, weird animal. Just incredibly strange. Really bizarre. So yeah. It's a Batborg. There you go, Lenina. That's a good description, actually. I like that. I do like that. Yeah. What a funny... I love it, Lenina. I love it. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Harabathan wants to know if I know much about ancient plant evolution. I really don't. Fossil plants are they're a fascination of mine, but I really don't know enough about them. I'm not trained in botany or anything like that, so my knowledge of Mesozoic plants in particular is pretty spotty. Yeah, amateur grade. I'm a dinosaur guy, you know. I don't know a whole lot about plants in general, but I've picked up a few things over the years. So yeah, and let's see, but yeah, you need to know how Piexaron Ichi. It's an incredibly weird animal. Here, I'll just give you the Wikipedia article right here. There's a link right there. Yeah. It's a fossil, like, it is a buck-toothed, bat-winged, feathered, just bizarre little gremlin of a theropod dinosaur. Like, incredibly weird. Incredibly weird. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Mix between a rat, a bat, and an eagle. It's this class in the air, I guess. Sure. And it is from China, yes, Miss Yvette. The name Yi Chi, I think it means, like, strange feather or something? What's it mean? Strange wing. There you go. It also has the shortest name of any dinosaur, just four letters total. Yi Chi. Incredibly strange. Yi Chi. Yi Chi and Scratchy.
Really spectacular. Spared no.
And thank you, Anonymous Gifter.
Subscription.
Appreciate that, Anonymous. You are as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you. Matt Pie, enjoy that gift sub there. That's lovely. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. What do you say? Your son also loves dinosaurs? That's awesome, Anne-Marie. Well, shoot, tell your son about this broadcast. We strive here to make things as family-friendly as possible, really. You know? No swearing. Try and keep things, you know, appropriate for all ages. So whether you're, you know, 5 years old or 125 years old, this is a place where you can hang out and learn about natural history with a strong focus on dinosaurs. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, and Claire Burr, that was a mistake. I didn't try to do the PG rating thing. I pressed the, pressed the wrong button for a split second. Here, I can do it again. Watch.
It's completely flat. The bone wall is so thin.
Thank you, Birds Are Dead On.
Dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle. You go dir. That's what this thing is like.
Spiral 48 Finch face.
Thank you, Birds Are Dead On. I appreciate you very, very much. 9 months is a long time. Thank you, Birds Are Dead On, for help keeping me here on Twitch. Just like your birds. Birds are dinosaurs, as you well know, and we love birds here. Anyway, what was I gonna do? I was gonna do this. Look, I can resummon the PG rating thing. See? I did it. That's at the beginning of the 65 trailer that I put together, Claire. I pressed that button by mistake. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Durgergy Piexaron, I love that. The wrapping paper ones are Durgergy. I like that a lot. Yeah. Yeah. And E is a dinosaur genus. There you go there, Clouds in the Air, yeah. Again, if you want a link to it, Pow. There you go. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. You know what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna change our category here because from 2020 up until through 2022, Paleontologizing as a channel has been kind of a big fish in a small pond in the science and technology section. Right now, there's only 374 viewers for this whole category here on Twitch. And here we are in the #1 slot. We're gonna change over to just chatting right there, which is a much, much bigger pond. Over 1,000 times as many viewers. And we will now be a small fish in a very large lake. So let's change our category here to, there we go. To just chatting. And done. I've been told that changing categories like that can kind of change the metrics around things. It can get you recommended to different people. We're trying to grow the channel here in 2023. And that's one of my New Year's resolutions, so let's talk about that a little bit. Yeah. I actually tweeted about this just the other day. Let's find that. This was yesterday, I think. New Year's Day. There we go.
Shame. No sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe,
He's right.
all species eventually become
Happy New Year, friends.
They
For
eventually become extinct, yes.
Glad to spend
Aw.
7 months with your dear goobers and wishing y'all the best for 2023 and all it will bring.
Thank you, Maskling. What a beautiful message. And what a beautiful 7 months of support. At tier 2, by the way, Maskling. Thank you so, so much. Really appreciate you. I really, really do. Cheers, Maskling. To a happy new year. And, yeah, some continued excellent science communication. Well, shoot, I'm not going to say that because it sounds like bragging or something. Let's hope we can communicate some science well in the new year. Cheers, Maskling. Yeah. And Galara Dragon, just chatting about science. Indeed, Galara Dragon. Yes, indeed. But yeah, and Happy New Year to you too, Kennedy. Thanks for being here. Good to see you. And Fall Machine says, growing channels need to eat well and sleep well, I believe. This is true, Fall Machine. I'm trying to do both, you know? A big bowl of spaghetti for lunch. And I certainly got some good sleep last night, so yeah. And I love your use of the phrase fearsome critters too, Maskling. Is that in like the American folklore sense of the phrase? Fearsome critters? Oh, I love that. Yeah. And Galara Dragon says, we're on to you. Oh yeah, there you go, Galara Dragon. Well, here is, yeah. 2023 resolutions for Paleontologizing. Some of these are personal, and some of these are related to the channel. Really, they're all related to the channel, I suppose. 100 push-ups every morning. I haven't quite gotten there yet today, but I used to do 200 every day. 100 every morning and 100 every evening. So I'm working my way back up to this, but already started. I'd like to read 1,000 papers before the year is up. And if I just do 3 every day, which is very doable, then we'll get there. This is 1,000, scientific papers on dinosaurs and other critters too. Get some papers published. This is going to be a bit trickier, but I'm working on this too. Hopefully the Spinosaur one, I'll have that submitted within the next couple months. And, yeah. And then I've got some other ones that should happen not too long after that, I hope. We'll see. Do fieldwork streams. This is a big one for the summer. I'm going to be out digging dinosaurs this summer at various locations in various states, actually. Right now I'm looking at Utah, Wyoming, and possibly Montana as well. And I'd like to bring you along for the ride, actually live stream some dinosaur fieldwork. It's going to require some equipment troubleshooting and some field testing of some different implements. I'll probably have to get a generator too, but it's actually on my wish list. It's going to be an essential implement, it looks like. That's the reason why we couldn't really do fieldwork streams last year, is because I didn't have a generator. I thought I could use solar power, but our satellite internet used way too much electricity, and that really put the kibosh on extensive fieldwork streams. I only was able to do a few, and not actually from the quarry, because we didn't have connectivity. But satellite internet and a generator should solve that problem. So fieldwork streams, very excited about it. I'm gonna post all of our VODs to YouTube, including this one right now. The VODs are, stands for video on demand. Those are recordings of these streams. Twitch will actually record each of them, and you can go and download them. I'm gonna be downloading them and uploading them to YouTube. So if you ever miss a stream, you can watch it on the old YouTube. And that should be cool. Yeah. Hopefully that'll bring in some new viewers too. Because another goal that I have for 2023 is to exceed 300 average concurrent viewers. Right now we're averaging about 150. I want to see if I can double that. The whole mission here is science outreach, you know? The whole point is to be able to talk to people about fossils and try and show them firsthand how paleontology works, you know? Because science, while a very, very lofty endeavor, I think it's one of the loftiest endeavors that mankind has, you know? It honestly doesn't count for all that much unless you're talking to folks about science, unless you're actually spreading that knowledge to regular people, you know? I think too much science is kind of siloed within the ivory tower, unfortunately. It's not necessarily the fault of scientists, that's just a systemic thing. And I'm trying to break that open a little bit, to the best of my ability, you know? Science should belong to everyone, and I'm trying to do that here, and you watching and helping, if you feel like it, promote the channel, or you contributing financially helps a tremendous amount. So, yeah. So in 2023, I really want to help grow this community. Many of you enjoy watching, and hopefully you feel like you get something out of this. We've got an awesome community here. I want to share that with more people, you know? So let's make that happen. Yeah. So yeah. Slightly Caffeinated says, preach! How you doing, Slightly Caffeinated? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you here. Yeah. And, yeah, let me scroll up a little bit, make sure I didn't miss any messages here. Gonna get swole, says XF Kirsten. I don't know. I used to do 200 push-ups every day, and I didn't look like Arnold Schwarzenegger or anything, so I don't know. It'd be nice to have some more muscle tone, though, especially for field work, you know? Doing overburden, lifting jackets, digging, stuff like that. Oh, yeah. We need that Spinosaur paper? It's gonna happen, Lenina. It's gonna happen. Mark my words. Yeah. Yeah. And, get to hear the secret Spinosaurus lore, says Maskling. Oh, yeah. You'll hear about it here first. And, Anne-Marie K. Author says, ooh, question. If I want to get back into school for paleontology, what are the degrees I need to go into it? That's a great question, Anne-Marie. If you want to go, like, the traditional degree route, most colleges and universities don't offer a degree in paleontology. I actually went to one of the only schools in the world that offered that, Montana State University. And I'm not sure they even still do. I think they may have gotten rid of that exact program like that. So most paleontologists, basically, if you want to get the, like, traditional education in paleontology, you take as many biology classes and as many geology classes as you possibly can. And then by their powers combined, you get paleontology. Paleontology is like a weird amalgam of geology and biology. Because we're studying ancient organisms whose remains are preserved in the rocks of the Earth. So geology, and the organismal stuff is biology. So yeah, and you can, as a paleontologist, you might be really heavily in one direction or the other. I'm much more on the biological side of things. I'm not a very good geologist. Yeah. So most of my research is on the more biological side of things. But the number one piece of advice I can give you, I think the best tip that I could provide, Anne-Marie, is as follows. If you want to get into paleontology, and that goes for everybody watching here, the best piece of advice that I can give you for getting your foot in the door in paleontology is to start working in a museum. If there is a museum near where you live, or near where you can be, see if you can start working there, either in a paid position, or more likely as a volunteer. When I was in high school, this is kind of my origin story, I suppose. When I was in high school, I started volunteering at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. And it wasn't always super easy to get there. UCMP in beautiful Berkeley, California. There's Sather Tower with San Francisco off across the bay in the background. Yeah, this is UCMP, University of California Museum of Paleontology. There's the big Tyrannosaurus skeleton there in the lobby. I started volunteering there when I was in high school. I already had a roof over my head. I, had most of my meals provided to me by my parents. So I didn't have to work a full-time job at the time or anything. I could afford to volunteer there. And sometimes I would even cut school so I could go work at the Paleontology Museum, hang out with paleontologists. That's really the best piece of advice I can give you. Not to cut school. Maybe don't do that. But just try and put yourself where the action is. That opened up so many different possibilities for me that I wouldn't have had otherwise. And yeah, that's really what got me started. In research, in fossil prep. I learned how to read scientific papers and how to write scientific papers. It'll help out with research. It kind of threw me in head first into the world of science. And if you are not in a position where you can afford to volunteer your hours, I would suggest, if it's possible, some of my colleagues went this route. If you can apply for a job, a paying job in a museum as a custodian, a janitor, you work the front desk, you do this or that, however you can get yourself in the building so that you can just kind of be there where the action is, it counts for a lot. You'll meet people, new opportunities will arise, you never know what'll happen, So I think even more than going to college, going to a university, taking all the right classes, getting good grades, all that stuff, that can be important, and that works for a lot of people. And that's the standard advice that you'll get. I want to go outside the box a little bit and say, put yourself in a museum, however you can, and get that experience, Because if you start off just, mopping the floors of a museum, you'll still meet the paleontologists there, So much of the way that the world works is not based on what you know, it's based on who you know. And where you are, physically, geographically, it counts for so much. It's not fair, but that's the way it is. But maybe another thing that is a little bit more fair is that in paleontology, so much of this is based on experience and the work that you've done, not necessarily the credentials that you've bought or earned through paying tuition and going to classes and stuff. It's based on the stuff that you've actually done. Boots on the ground or time in the laboratory. Some of the best paleontologists that I know don't have formal degrees. Like, never graduated from college. For various reasons. For financial reasons, for social reasons. Maybe they have a learning disability, or for some reason they, you know, just couldn't go the traditional academic route.
Glue is cheap.
Like Jack Horner, yeah. Yeah, who said glue is cheap? But yeah. So anyway, I hope that's some useful advice. Get yourself into a museum, however you can, and start hanging out with paleontologists. So I hope that answers your question, Anne-Marie. Thank you for a wonderful query there. Yeah. And who else we got? Delta Rain. How are you doing? Good to see you with that Carl Sagan emote. I'm way behind in chat now. Let me catch up.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And Mr. Poolshot.
_shot gifted code Nico a subscription. Mr.
Thank you for gifting code Miko. Name sounds familiar. Welcome back, Code Miko. Thank you, Mr. Poolshot, for your generosity there. I appreciate you. Yeah. And cool, Jody Fish. I'm glad you like Dinosaur Fossil Hunter. It's a fun game, isn't it? I like it. It's wish fulfillment for a lot of people. I like it a lot. Yeah. And oh, and very cool, PX Sharon. The IU Geo program, is that Illinois University? Because I do think they have a pretty good program. Yeah. All right, cruising on down through chat, trying to get back. Oh, you're moving to Texas. Very cool. Texas has some wonderful museums too, Anne-Marie. Very cool. Yeah, look into that for sure. Texas has actually got a pretty impressive dinosaur heritage. Dinosaurs in particular. They've got plenty of other fossils too. Holy cow, dude. Yeah. And officially love you. Oh, right back at you, Anne-Marie. Yeah. What a fortuitous meeting today. I'm so glad you're here. Yeah. But let's see here. Boots in the laboratory, time in the ground. There you go, Fall Machine. Yeah. A lot of the best techs, IT techs, have no degree. Yeah, Kennedy. It's all about what you know, rather than the letters behind your name, you know? As my Auntie Kathy said, last week when I was visiting her and my mom, what was it? Like, oh yeah, some of these people, they're so educated, it's like they've got chicken noodle soup after their name. And she meant alphabet soup. But I thought that was really funny. I love Auntie Kathy. Yeah. So yeah. Glad I saw you pop up on my Twitch recommended out of all the League of Legends channels. League of... Is that how you say... Every time I hear somebody say that, I thought they were saying Legal Legends. And I thought that was something to do with law or lawyers or something. League of Legends. Huh. That's cool. It's a video game. Thank you, Anne-Marie. I gathered that, at least. Yeah. I thought it had something to do with lawyers. I don't know. Anyway. Let's see. League of Legends. There you go, Delta Rain. Yeah. League of Legends. Who would that be? Clarence Darrow. William Jennings Bryan. Lionel Hutz. Yeah. Phoenix Wright would be the legal legend. And, who's the guy in, Steve Martin from, not Steve Martin the actor, but Steve Martin from Godzilla King of the Monsters. Monsters, 1956. Trailer. There we go.
Kill it. All modern weapons fail. Is this the end of our civilization? Can the scientists of the world find a way to stop this creature? For the answer, see Godzilla, King of the Monsters. You may wish to deny it, but your eyes
There he is.
tell you it's true.
Shoot, what's his name? Raymond Burr. Yeah.
More
What was his
fantastic
character's
than
name, though? The
any
lawyer.
ever written by
I
Jules
forget.
Verne. More terrifying than any ever shown on the screen.
Harry Mason. Thank you, Kennedy. Yes.
Unbelievable. A story beyond your wildest dreams.
He's a legal legend.
Dynamic violence. Savage action. Spectacular.
And they don't make trailers like they used to, you know?
King of the Monsters.
Yeah.
Fantastic beyond comprehension. Gripping beyond compare. Astounding
Look at those
beyond
special effects. Holy moly.
Monster of them all. See Godzilla, King of the Monsters.
Yeah. Yeah. You received a new loot, a writ of habeas corpus. There you go. Original Ocho Cat. Yeah. Is Leslie Nielsen an attorney as well, Hairbotham? Huh. Yeah. And, that one yeah, the fire truck. Every time, PX Sharon. Why did they put that in the trailer? That's like one of the weakest effects in the whole film. Oh, boy. Anyway, one of these days we'll do some hardcore Godzilla streams. But yeah. Your teapot sounds like Godzilla. You might want to get that checked out there, Delta Rain. Or might want to use a dosimeter or a, I don't know, Geiger counter on that. It's a bad sign. You might have a radioactive teapot, Delta Rain. Like those plates that were radioactive. You know about those, right? What were they called? Fiestaware. There it is. Yeah. Here, give me just a second here. And let me show you. There we go. Oh. Anyway,
36. Fiestaware, an Art Deco ceramic glazed dinnerware, was manufactured and marketed by Homer Laughlin China Company of Newell, West Virginia.
Huh.
Fiestaware
West Virginia was where some of the uranium mining was done, right? Might make sense.
Art director Frederick
Yeah.
Reed. One
Was that Vera
Fiestaware
Lynn
was first
singing
produced.
Layer T?
It only
Interesting.
came in 5 colors: red,
Yeah.
orange red, blue, cobalt, green, light green, yellow, deep gold, and old ivory
Yeah.
to build the naturally occurring uranium oxide. Depleted uranium and naturally occurring oxide are
Anyway, let's look at the actual dosimeter or Geiger counter that's used on this.
quite quickly.
Look at that. Holy cow. You've got some really Trek nerd. Really. Wow. Just make sure, I think it's probably safe to eat if you put your food onto it. Just make sure that you don't ingest any part of the plate, because apparently that is where it can really get you. Like when that stuff is ingested, that's when it's really bad.
50 microsieverts
So yeah,
per hour.
Anyway, look at that. Holy cow. I'm trying to get my hands onto a Geiger counter or a dosimeter for this next summer, because I know I'm going to be working on some dinosaur fossils which will be mildly radioactive, and I'd love to be able to show that on stream. So once I find a good dosimeter, I'm going to put it onto the Amazon wish list, and maybe I don't know, if anybody's feeling super generous, they can get it. I promise you it'll show up on stream, and it'll be really cool. Otherwise, I'll save up for it, and yeah, but I'm guessing this one's probably in the multiple thousands of dollars. But look at that, just a wonderful, beautiful piece of analog machinery there. And yeah, Feliz Año Nuevo a ti también, hecho en México. Y bienvenidos. Yeah.
And put the probe near the plate.
And Arle, don't eat the plate.
Right away. Let's turn to
yeah. Look at that. Oh boy, and listen
rise
to it.
quickly, but then slow down as it maxes out.
Yeah. Very interesting.
The unit maxes out at around 15,000 pounds per minute.
I would love to get a dosimeter that's sensitive enough, but affordable enough that I could afford it, but sensitive enough that I can just walk around my neighborhood and see the various radioactivity levels of various things. Like concrete, cement is usually mildly radioactive.
Thanks for watching and see you next time. In the meantime, while you wait for the next video to come out, check out my Discord server in the link.
Yeah, so, anywho, yeah. Is a tracimeter better than a dosimeter? Arle, it stands to reason, yeah, I'm sure. A quattrosimeter, forget it, you know? Yeah. And hello, Hessiel. How are you doing? We're just kind of talking about various things before we really get into our dinosaur bingo and stuff like that later. But welcome, Hessiel, to Paleontology.
Opportunity to view the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
So it
Who
is.
they are, what they do, why what they do is important for science and society.
Alicia Griffin and their 30 raiders have stumbled into the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Alicia, thank you for your raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Holy cow. Alicia, how was your stream, first of all? Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Dragonfly True One. Appreciate your follow. Raiders, how was Alicia's stream? I hope it was fantastic. And, it's great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. ACL, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, shoot. We've got a bunch of cool new people. Who have we got? Koi Shibra, Honest Dan Games, Spacey 3D, Dragonfly True, The Book Snail. Great name. And, Wendell's Cardua. What's shaking, everybody? Hello. And let's see, Alicia, what were you up to? Did we get a shout out for you yet? We should have. Doing some just chatting. Well, it's great to have you here. Yeah. Welcome. Again, my name is Danny Anduza. I work on dinosaurs. I dig them up, I study them, and now I talk about them 5 days a week here on Twitch. And you've joined at a wonderful time, because we're going to be starting our 2023 Dinosaur Discovery Bingo today. So, man, you chose a wonderful day to raid in, Alicia. You really did. But before we talk about any of that stuff, I'd like to introduce you to a friend of ours here on Paleontologizing.
Dinosaurs always ate their vegetables.
Not him, although it'd be great to have Bill Nye as a friend. Alicia Griffin, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Going to introduce you to our good friend, previously recorded Danny, who's going to tell you a thing or two about what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place.
In some catastrophe. No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
It's true, Spacey 3D. Thank you for that follow. He is already walking up behind me. He is raring to go. I'm going to introduce you to previously recorded Danny. He's going to take the wheel and kind of give you some background on this channel, on me, on all that good stuff. So, without further ado, we'll give him center stage. Take it away, previously recorded Danny. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his feet a discouraging world, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here, and I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present-day Danny. Back to you. Well, thank you very, very much, previously recorded Danny. And, of course, thank you even more to our new friend, Alicia Griffin. Really appreciate you. Alicia, thank you for your raid. And welcome, new folks. Great to have you here. And Faffin and Boot, I'm glad you're having a good time. Yeah. And that's not a dinosaur, Faffin and Boot. 660 Ti. What is that, a calculator? No, it's a graphics card. That didn't evolve from a dinosaur ancestor. Somebody type in exclamation mark, what is a dinosaur? Because when we use the word dinosaur, we're not just referring to, like, big things that are now dead. We're talking about, like, a very specific group of once living animals that all descended from a common ancestor. Basically, whether or not something is a dinosaur depends on what it evolved from. If it came from this, like, singular dinosaur ancestor, then it is a dinosaur. If it evolved from something else, then it's not a dinosaur. That's why pterosaurs, the flying reptiles, these critters here, what the public often calls pterodactyls, they are not dinosaurs. They're closely related to dinosaurs, but they are not dinosaurs themselves. They're just outside the dinosaur family tree. Likewise, Mesozoic marine reptiles. All of these critters that you see here, also not dinosaurs. Not a one of these is a dinosaur. These belong to other groups of reptiles. Some of them are lizards, some of them are crocodilians. Like this is an ancient seagoing crocodile. It evolved from crocodiles that lived on land. This evolved from lizards that lived on land. This is called a mosasaur. Long-neck plesiosaurs like this, and short-neck plesiosaurs too. We're not really sure where exactly they belong, we just know that they're not dinosaurs. Likewise for ichthyosaurs. They're like another weirdo group of reptiles that didn't leave any living descendants, so they're kind of hard to classify. But we know they're not dinosaurs, at least. So yeah. But anyway, yeah. And let's see. Gimpleg says, I've been having this conversation a lot lately, or trying to. Helping people understand what dinosaurs are. There you go, Gimpleg. Yeah. And yeah, Mesozoic marine reptiles are truly amazing. Anne-Marie, holy cow. And Spacey 3D says, so there is not a collective name for not dinosaurs in the water? These critters, all of these here, would fall under the banner of, I'll write it out for you. Come on. Oh, our program's not loading the way it should. Come on now. There we go. Mesozoic marine reptiles. I like how I initially misspelled marine. That's very on brand if I ever were a Marine, but I was never in the U.S. Marine Corps. I have friends who have been. They'd probably appreciate that joke. But yeah, Mesozoic marine reptiles. Can you really see the orange against that? I chose orange as a color that would stand out well against most backgrounds, but yeah, Mesozoic marine reptiles. Anyway, yeah. And, but yeah, you can read it? Thanks, Kennedy. Yeah. Like the old books are titled Dinosaurs and Other Prehistoric Animals. Exactly, Caravan. In fact, I've probably got one of those somewhere here. Dinosaurs and Prehistoric Creatures. I think that's supposed to be a homalocephaly on the front. They only butchered that a little bit. But yeah, children's book. Dinosaurs and Prehistoric Creatures. So dinosaurs are a very specific group of animals. Like, I'll pull up a family tree. There we go. Actually, let's annotate that, shall we? Yeah. So these are what we call archosaurs. And I'll draw on this as soon as I find my stylus. There it is. There we go. Archosaurs. Archosaurs, it's one word, but I want to make it easier to read. The name means ruling reptiles. And this is the group that dinosaurs belong to. So this is but one branch on the big family tree of reptiles. And here, let's take this and make it a wee bit smaller. There we go. So we can fit it all there. So all of these critters are archosaurs. They all evolved from this ancestor here. So if it evolves from this ancestor, like all of these critters did, then these are all archosaurs. Now, dinosaurs start right here. So everything that evolves from this on is a dinosaur. That's why crocodiles are not dinosaurs and pterosaurs, both not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? And that's why birds over here are dinosaurs, because they evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. They are within this clade. Clade is a word that we use in science when we're classifying living things. A clade, right here, is a group of living things that consists of the ancestor and all of its descendants. So that would be like your great-grandmother and all of her children would belong to, and everybody descended from her. You would be a clade, you know? But your great-grandfather wouldn't be part of that clade, because he didn't come from your great-grandmother. He didn't arise from her. Does that make sense? Well, maybe that's not the best analogy. I don't know. Anyway, so pterosaurs are outside of clade Dinosauria, because, yeah, they didn't evolve from this ancestor right here. Does that make sense? I hope it does. That's how we as scientists classify living things. And you're a group of living things, Ruru too. I mean, I realize you're making a joke, but there are lots of living things that live in and on your body. As human beings, most of the cells that are within our body don't actually belong to us. They're not our cells. They belong to stuff like the bacteria that live in our guts, you know? There are more bacterial cells on and in the human body than there are human cells, which is kind of interesting to think about, right? Yeah, intestinal flora. Exactly, Kennedy. Yeah. Yeah. No, Rise and the Fall of the Dinosaurs by Steve Brusati. Cool, Prehistoric Plaza. Very nice. How is that, by the way? I haven't read it, but, yeah, I've heard generally positive things about it. Yeah. You're just 3 bacteria in a trench coat, Spacey D. How big are those bacteria? Or how small are you, Spacey 3D? And you host daily bacterial gut parties. Very nice, Ruru2. Very nice indeed. Yeah. And, yeah, not quite feeling your cells today, Trek Nerd? Hopefully tomorrow. Yeah. And therefore your 3-pound cat is Titanic. There you go, PX Sharon. Oh, shoot, and a sauropod dinosaur would be even more gargantuan than that, you know?
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
Golganek gifted Rarutu a subscription. Golganek gifted a tier 1 sub to Rarutu.
Thank you, Golganek, for gifting Rurutu. Appreciate you, Golganek. Golganek, they're always giving out gift subs to worthy recipients. Thank you, Golganek. There. Dinosaurs were the largest creatures that ever walked the Earth. At least that group, Dinosauria, includes the largest creatures that ever walked the Earth, like this Titanosaur right here. Patagotitan, which is significantly bigger than your cat, PX Sharon, I assume. But yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. You know, a single living thing walking around on land. It's as big as a jetliner. Holy moly. most of the jets that I used to take back and forth to Montana every year, back when I lived there, if I was lucky, I'd get to fly home for Christmas. And most of those jets for Frontier Airlines were significantly smaller than a Boeing 737-900. So, pretty cool to think about. There were once animals way bigger than that walking around on land. Not cheating like whales do. Whales get heavier than these dinosaurs, but not nearly as long. But they're heavier. They're weightless in the water, so it doesn't even matter. But anyway. So yeah. Anyhow. And Caravan says, I always wonder what is the upper limit for animals' size. Maximum size for the nervous system to still work right? It might be somewhere around here, Caravan. I mean, the very biggest of the dinosaurs that ever lived. Like, here are the biggest mammals that ever lived on land, compared with one of the biggest dinosaurs. Patagotitan majorum, which the very largest mammal that ever walked the earth, which is some kind of Andricothere, Paracerathere, whatever you want to call them. These are big rhinoceros relatives. Andricotheres. They are way bigger than the biggest of the, well, no, maybe they're about on par with the very biggest of the proboscideans. These dinosaurs just dwarf them in size. Like, oh boy, it's like a, I don't know, a Cocker Spaniel compared with a Great Dane. But yeah, it is a shockingly large mammal. You're right, Fafnaboot, yeah. But dinosaurs have them beat by a Cretaceous mile, you know? Psychoanalysis, imagine the arthritis that Patagotitan could suffer. Imagine this dinosaur with a sore throat. Yeah. Oh, man. And Rurutu says, what's their food source to get that big? Plants, Rurutu, and lots of them. It seems like sauropod dinosaurs like Patagotitan here, their long necks were a huge advantage, and being able to get them lots and lots of food very efficiently. Yeah. There we go. So having a huge neck like this would basically allow them to feed very efficiently. They could kind of stand in one place. If they wanted to, they could just stand like a statue with their 4 feet planted firmly in the ground, not move their legs at all, and they would still have a huge, wide arc they could move their neck and head in to be able to graze from treetops or maybe even bend down to the ground, feed off of shrubs or ground cover plants like ferns and horsetails and stuff like that, or primitive angiosperms in the Cretaceous. These are critters that could feed very, very efficiently, you know? Think about how an elephant can use its trunk to, like, gather lots of food while standing in one place. You know, imagine if that trunk were 40 feet long. It's basically what these animals are doing. But they've got a really, really long neck. It's not as flexible as the trunk, but it doesn't have to be, you know? So yeah. And it's like Earth used to be wall-to-wall plants? Well, it did before people, Trek nerd. Shoot. Yeah. They can reach the top shelf for the good soup, says PX Sharon. Yeah, and the top-level booze, too. Top shelf stuff. Westral says, get owned, plants. But yeah, the very largest of all the dinosaurs were plant eaters. And, in fact, I think I actually have a... Here's a... Oh, shoot. It's a Facebook image. So it's going to be grainy. Facebook. But yeah, there you go. This is not a two-headed dinosaur. This is supposed to show how they could swing their necks from side to side. I'll swing my neck back and forth. Like that song, right? Isn't that how it goes? And they could, yeah, basically just eat in a wide arc like this. This is an idea called sweep feeding. And it was put forth by this guy, my old friend and colleague, Kerry Woodruff. And let me see if I can find that video for you where he talks about this. Kerry Woodruff sauropods. Here we go. And I think it's here. Let's see.
Move over it. Generally speaking, if you have a moving bridge, there is a problem. So I kept figuring that the sauropod suspension bridge.
So yeah, there's an idea that basically sauropods, their bodies function almost like suspension bridges like that. But Kerry, he wasn't quite sold on that idea. Yeah.
Superficially, there were elements of it that certainly I think are suitable and analogous. It's not a really good model for the sauropod bowel plan. And I kept thinking about this, and it kept troubling me. And I was driving along with my ex-wife one day to go visit her grandparents, and I was thinking.
I love. This is a classic scientist story. You know, does anybody remember? Shoot. Let's see. I think. Let's see. I'm trying to find that clip from Back to the Future. Some of you know the one I'm talking about. Yeah. But, there we go. I think this is it. You know, not the most scientifically rigorous movie, Back to the Future, but something interesting about this, and it does kind of, occasionally in science, we do have like a eureka moment like that. Let me show you what I'm talking about here.
After I fell off my toilet, I do this. Flux capacitor.
Happens to all of us, says Spacey 3D. Yeah. Yeah.
It works! I finally invent something that works!
Yeah. It's easy for me to imagine Kerry Woodruff getting transported back in time and then seeing sauropod dinosaurs and going, it works! It works! You know? Let's see what he has to say. Let's hear about his flux capacitor moment right there.
About this, we were driving in suitable and analogous. It's not a really good model for the sauropod.
But what is a good model, though?
And I kept thinking about this, and it kept troubling me. And I was driving along with my ex-wife one day to go visit her grandparents, and I was thinking about this. We were driving in Montana, and I happened to look off in a field, and I see a thing out in this field that I've seen 1,000 times before in a field. But I realized there in the moment that was my Newton's apple. That here I was looking at something that was what I thought was a perfect mechanical analog to a sauropod.
What do you think it was, everybody? Anybody have a guess what that might be? What did sauropod researcher Kerry Woodruff see out in that field that was a perfect analog in his mind to a sauropod neck? An excavator, a construction crane, says Dr. Javasaurus. Them yolks for watering crops, says Westrel. Interesting. A woodchuck, says Ocho Cat. Let's see.
I was so captivated with it that I, in fact, drove off the road, much to my ex-wife's dismay.
So you just picture Carrie, driving with his ex-wife at the time, and he sees this thing, and it's something that, we usually encounter every day in Montana. If you drive any significant distance, you're gonna see this thing. But one day he sees this, and he's just like, I could picture he drove a Dodge Dakota at the time, as I recall, one of those kind of mid-sized pickup trucks, and I could picture him just kind of like staring at this and then just drifting off the highway. Yeah. And
she couldn't understand why I was jumping out of the car and taking pictures of a central pivot irrigator.
Yep.
So
yeah.
You may not be familiar with central pivot irrigators. They're a very popular irrigation system here in the West. If you've ever been flying and you wonder what all those circles are, it's because of these pivot irrigators.
Yep. So, yeah, and actually, I know there's a Simpsons clip for everything.
Now in a moment.
Yeah, here we go. There's always a Simpsons moment.
Now in a moment, we'll be raffling off our grand prize, a ride on the famous Duff Beer Blimp.
A ride on the Duff Blimp.
You see the circular pattern on those fields? That's from Central Pivot Irrigation.
Wow.
Now let's see what's happening at the Super Bowl.
Oops, sorry.
Homer.
Until I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy. But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Dinosaur Dave.
That's at least a parsec. ACC to a random space pilot.
Thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for the 14 months of support. Really, really appreciate you. Thank you. That is excellent. And oops, I just got out of our... Shoot, that soundboard just got me out of where we were supposed to be in the video. Shoot, where were we? Darn it, where were we? There we go. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So Carrie realized that central pivot irrigation, just like Homer was being told about right there, that is a wonderful analog for sauropod dinosaurs.
Newton's apple. That here I was looking at something that was what I thought was a perfect mechanical analog to a sauropod. I was so captivated with it that I, in fact, drove off the road, much to my ex-wife's dismay.
He actually drove off.
And she couldn't understand why I was jumping out of the car and taking pictures of a central pivot irrigator. So those of you who may not be familiar with central pivot irrigators, they're a very popular irrigation system here in the West. If you've ever been flying and you wonder what all those circles are, it's because of these pivot irrigators.
That's why I love that clip so much, Mayor Space, is because, yes, indeed, Homer's imagination is teaching him about central pivot irrigation. Can we find that clip again real quick? Where was that? No, this is not it. No.
Now in a moment, we'll be
there we
raffling
go.
off our grand prize.
You see the circular pattern on those fields? That's from Central Pivot Irrigation.
Wow.
Now let's see what...
So this implies that Homer doesn't actually know what that is, but his brain is just coming up with this information somehow. So anyway, should I make it a command? No, that's okay, Claire Burr. That's okay.
And a lot of pivot irrigators, the way they're designed
that's an interesting idea.
They have this long horizontally extended piece. That's the sprayer.
Yeah.
And then they have these V-shaped brackets that run along the top, and a left and right cable.
No shame, no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
Enough
It's
time
true.
to review one episode of The Simpsons.
Victoria, 7 months. Thank you for your ongoing support. Really appreciate you. And yeah, holy moly. That is lovely. Victorious, thank you for helping me prevent extinction for myself for the past 7 months. Thank you.
Suspended between these V-shaped brackets. And they are, in fact, when the central pivot irrigator was actually introduced to the world in the 1976 issue of Science magazine, it was hailed and purposely designed that way for dealing with stresses as it moves left and right in a field.
Yep.
So I argued that the central pivot irrigator is a much more better mechanical analog
Much more better.
sauropods.
There's Gary Woodruff's Southern roots coming out there. I argue it's a much more better analog.
There is a much more better mechanical analog to
Bless his heart.
sauropods.
No, Gary Woodruff is at the forefront of sauropod paleobiology, and he took a brief detour to study pachycephalosaurs for his PhD, and he is helping revolutionize the way that we think about pachycephalosaurs. But I suspect he's going to go back to his true love after this, now that he's got his job in Florida, I think. Sauropods. Yeah, where is Carrie nowadays, actually? I bet you his Twitter will give us some insight into that. Yeah, Carrie Woodruff at Double Beam. We follow each other. Here is his Tweetor right there. Much more southern. There you go, Fall Machine, yes. Much more southerner. Where is he now? Curator of Vertebrate Paleontology at Frost Science, which is the Philip and Patricia Frost Museum of Science in downtown Miami? Wow. Gary is living that Miami life down there. Good for him. Holy cow. I should follow them. Very cool. Wow. Well, now I have a reason to visit Miami, I suppose, before it disappears under the waves with sea levels rising. Oof. But yeah. Anyway, in just a little bit, we'll get into dinosaur paleontology bingo. But we're talking about sauropods right now. I don't remember why, but we're going to continue talking about Los sauropods.
But the whole key to this, what I think is the sort of the linchpin, the success story of this, is that split ligament. Now, a lot of animals take advantage of ligaments today, right? The ligaments are elastin, right? They're basically nature's rubber band. So a lot of animals, like kangaroos, right? They spend a little bit of muscle energy to start the bounce, and then it's free energy, sort of like a spring stored up in that ligament.
Very cool. Very efficient.
Well.
Yeah.
And so sort of analogous to, the drinking.
It's a Jeroboam, a kangaroo rat?
Tipped on its side is...
There you go.
That's how I proposed was the sustained mechanism to the lateral sweep feeding of Stevens and Parrish, was that people had always wondered with this, like, well, how could they sustain moving their neck side to side for so long?
There you go, PX Sharon.
So in this case, the sauropod spends a little bit of...
Boing, indeed, Westrel, yes.
And then it's just using that elastic energy, sweeping side to side to feed. And again, these things are probably feeding, 15, 18 hours a day.
Tigger tails. There you go, Ruru, too, yes.
Efficient way to sustain it. So
what's the old saying? Their tail is all made out of rubber. Their butt is all made out of springs or something. That's sauropod necks, too. Not just tigers. They are wonderful things, Their nuchal ligaments are made out of rubbers. And their... other nuchal ligaments are made out of springs. There you go.
This Apatosaurus could, sweeping, clear one area of vegetation, take one step forward, and it's in an entirely new swath of vegetation, which is way more energy efficient. Because think about it. If you're feeding from a tree, what do you always have to do? You always have to walk around your tree, right? The tree doesn't move or in relation to you. So again...
The tree better not move. If the tree is moving... there's something wrong.
the fact that this horizontal sweep feeding is way more energy efficient. So a way to sustain feeding in these titanic animals. So that's next. The second part we'll talk at that's near and dear is I like their sauropod life history.
Sauropod versus Ent. Oh, I do not want to see that fight, Maximum Darnage. Holy cow. I think the Ents might lose that. And, you know, I'm very much pro-Ent. You know, I'm a guy who, you know, respects the natural world. Somebody was asking me the other day what I would do if I won the lottery. Where would I live? Like, would I buy the apartment that I live in? And I said, yes, I would 100% buy the whole building that I live in. And then I would have it demolished, and I would have a new forest installed. So yeah. That reminds me of, I'm going off on all kinds of wonderful tangents today, and I hope that's okay. Let's see. Let's see here. I think... Yeah. There we go. Beautiful. This is from an old Calvin and Hobbes comic. And Calvin and Hobbes are going for a walk in the woods, and Calvin says, "Hey, what happened to the trees here? Who cleared out the woods?" He says, "There used to be lots of animals in these woods. Now it's a mud pit." And Hobbes, you know, ever the, you know, the more intelligent of the two. Hobbes says, "The sign says, future site of Shady Acres condominiums." Calvin shouts, "Animals can't afford condos." Hobbes says, "Shady Acres? The only shade I see is from that bulldozer." And then it continues. I love this so much. Where are all the animals supposed to live now that they cut down these woods to put in houses? By golly, how would people like it if animals bulldozed a suburb to put in new trees? And then they think for a moment. And the next panel is, no good. They didn't leave the keys. Oh, I love this so much. Yeah. Calvin and Hobbes. Probably the greatest comic strip of all time, if you ask me. But honestly, who's gonna ask me? I don't know anything about comics. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And, what is that masculine? Not sure what's going on there, masculine, but yeah. And Golganek. That's a skill I'd like to learn in 2023. It's tougher with new cars. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, if you would like to watch that entire video with Kerry Woodruff, talking about sauropods and their biology, if you would like to learn about long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs, if you would like to take your perception of these animals and bring it into the current day, watch that video right there that I just linked in chat. This is now Dr. Kerry Woodruff's video on these animals from the Royal Tyrrell Museum's Speaking Series. And at the end... Shoot, I guess they don't do a Q&A. But anyway, Kerry Woodruff sauropods. Yeah. And does Kerry appear in this video? I guess he does.
Dinosaurs were kind of, dare I say, an outlier research because I'd always worked on sauropods before, especially my master's thesis with Jack Horner.
Very cool.
At Montana State. Anyone knows Jack? Not a sauropod guy, but understanding stratigraphy and on.
Yeah, Jack hates sauropods. That's the thing. My old boss, Jack Horner, really well-known dinosaur paleontologist, famously really hates sauropods, and for good reason. You know, it's not because he's a curmudgeon. It's because sauropods are the largest of the dinosaurs, and they are extremely difficult to dig up because they're so very big. You know, you could dig up, you know, 5 allosaurs for every diplodocus. You could dig up 100 leptoceratops for every diplodocus. Let alone a patasaurus, who's got even bigger, bulkier bones, you know? So yeah, I get it. I get it.
Not a sauropod guy, but understanding stratigraphy and ontogeny. So,
and that is, holy cow, we are all about that. This is, man, I love this video.
Working with Jack.
Stratigraphy and ontogeny are 2 things that you're going to hear a lot about this year, especially for anybody who's new. Stratigraphy and ontogeny are 2 of our... these are some of the most important concepts in dinosaur paleontology nowadays. Holy cow, yes.
I worked on growth and development of sauropods. And for my PhD, I did it with Dr. David Evans up at the Royal Ontario Museum. And, you know, Dave, not a
They are our bread and butter, yeah, Javasaurus, yep.
But Dave, you know, again, is one of the forefront researchers in understanding, you know, ontogeny, you know, and various growth and development and even, you know, evolution through time of dinosaurs. And so, you know, we figured same stuff I had looked at in sauropods. So let's take techniques and methodologies that Dave and I are both familiar with, but a group of dinosaurs that Dave is very well versed in, pachycephalosaurs, and let's spin a project out of that.
You recently published on the respiratory.
Oh, and I know her. That's Melanie During. Holy cow. She worked on the tennis site and had some data kind of stolen from her, it seems, allegedly. Yeah, by some other scientists who got a lot of the credit that honestly she deserved more of, allegedly, you know, allegedly in a video game in Minecraft. She's wonderful. 2 people I would love to actually interview in the next year. I was not aware of this channel. What is this? Genuine Rock Stars. Oh, very, very cool. That is a quick and easy subscribe there. What is this about?
Hi, and welcome to Genuine Rock Stars. So, I hear you ask,
what are genuine rock stars?
Genuine rock stars.
She heard me say it.
They are genuine people, and they work with, you guessed it, rocks.
Oh.
So, think of geologists.
I was guessing stars.
Mineralogists.
Fair enough.
Archaeologists. Paleontologists. And, well, without rocks, there wouldn't be any life. So,
true.
Zoologists and other biologists. There's rocks in space, astronomers, planetary scientists, and I'm leaving out countless of other disciplines that have anything to do with rocks. So we're going to bring in a lot of scientists here.
Very cool.
So, to give you an idea of who we are, because you're currently just seeing me, Melanie, and I'll likely be doing most of the presenting, but there's also my other half, who is way too busy, and he is Dennis Voeten, Dr. Dennis Voeten. Yes, of course, he's a scientist himself, and a bit of a rock star. He likes...
I love this because, shoot, sometimes I feel a little bit bad here, because I do feel like in some ways I kind of fit what... I might fit the archetype or stereotype for what a paleontologist is supposed to be, you know? I don't know. I'm a, you know, cis male who presents as white, at least. Presents as. I often wear, like, khaki shirts and stuff like that. I do feel like that's kind of the general perception that the public has for what a dinosaur paleontologist is. And here we've got 2 people who don't necessarily fit that mold exactly in every respect.
He likes to play the bass.
That's cool. I don't play the bass.
He did
I play the ukulele.
PhD in Olomouc in Czech Republic, and at the ESRF, the European Synchrotron in Grenoble.
Yeah, and the obligatory beard. There you go, Gameplay. Yeah. Yeah.
archaeologists.
And Melanie is Dutch, Dr. Javasaurus. Sharp
but
ears
also
there, yeah.
Nothosaurus, and
Yeah.
we actually met in Winterswijk in the limestone quarry there. So we've been digging and studying fossils for a while now. And we've met tremendous people along the way. So we have plenty of people that we can interview for our channel.
Very cool.
So-
I'm going to have to see about not just interviewing my old friend and colleague Carrie Woodruff, who works on sauropods, and I guess Pachycephalosaurus too. Maybe we'll be interviewing Melanie Doering later this year for Paleontologizing as well. I think that would be pretty awesome. Anyway, here's a link to her channel there. I can't believe I've just found this now. Live on stream. That's pretty cool. And this is criminal. Only 556 subscribers? Go subscribe to her right now. Holy moly, that is... I've got twice as many subscribers, and I, like, never post videos on YouTube. Ugh. Hopefully she started really recently. Yeah, October 25th, 2021. Okay, that's... Still, she just deserves a lot more subscribers. Anyway. Thank you, everybody. And we'll see if, here, let me find her Twitter profile as well. Here, while I'm doing that, give me just a second, and, let's run our social media video sting. There it is. While I find her Twitter profile. Hang on just a sec. Okay, there we go. I found her profile on the Bird website. Melanie Doering. Go follow her. Holy cow. Rising star in fossil science. So yeah. Layer T says, would you like to come on my show? It depends. Would you like to come on my show? There you go, Layer T. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Old Spice, Team Matrix. Can't say I do. No. No, I've got a different... I'm not going to talk about brands here. Nobody paid me to do that. I use different deodorant. Not Old Spice. If that's a compliment, though, then I appreciate it. I don't know how to interpret it. But I appreciate you being here, Team Matrix. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Yeah. So, anyway, and you gave mass spec courses as a visitor at Uppsala. Very cool, Dr. Javasaurus. Very, very cool. Yeah. And there you go, Kennedy. Very, very cool. See? It's the 21st century, you know? Hopefully, people's perception of scientists tends to... Hopefully, people's perception of scientists grows to incorporate all the different kinds of scientists that we have nowadays. Different people who look different, have different specialties, different backgrounds, different backgrounds, whether that's educational backgrounds, national backgrounds, different class backgrounds, whatever, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, anywho. But yeah, in just a minute, we're going to get into our dinosaur bingo here. Yeah. You look like a stereotypical IT guy.
Lifestyles of the large and extinct.
And thank you, the book snail, for that follow. You came in with the raid, didn't you? From Alicia Griffin. Thank you for the follow, book snail. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Yeah. The Center for the History of Anti-Social Media. What is that? CHASM. That's a great acronym. Holy moly. That's a true acronym, too, because it spells out a real word. That's lovely. Anyway, thank you, Booksnail. And is that... It's an Alicia Griffin snail emote. Are snails a big part of Alicia Griffin lore? Or did she make that emote for you, Booksnail? That's lovely, whatever it is. Yeah. Booksnail is good people? Glad to know it. Faff in a boot? Glad to know it. And by the way, let me follow Alicia real quick, too. Because I've not done that yet. Give me a second here.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Victoria's gifted the book Snail a subscription. Victoria's gifted a tier 1 sub to the book Snail.
No underscore, right?
They have given 29 gift subs in the channel.
Alicia Griffin. Victorious, thank you so much for your gift sub there to the book Snail. Appreciate you. There are actually... I think there are some kinds of snails who actually eat books, right? Or if not books in particular, they will eat the adhesive that's used for book binding. Or am I thinking of bookworms? Maybe I'm thinking of bookworms. Or maybe it's both. In fact, I think it was bookworms that will eat the adhesive used in book binding, and snails have been implicated in destroying stamps because they eat the adhesive on the backs of stamps, I think. These are pieces of trivia half remembered from years ago, so apologies if they're incorrect. But, yeah. Booksnail has made great games about animals and bugs. Very cool, Spacey 3D. Very, very cool. That's awesome. Booksnail, do you stream, too? Let me know. And Masculine, I'm sorry I missed your post at the beginning. How big are sauropod eggs projected to be? And from Fafnaboot, how high did they fall? How high a fall did they need to survive? That is an excellent question. So sauropod eggs were not actually very big. I have a 3D printed dinosaur egg here in my office. It's currently in a container, like kind of squirreled away, but I can get it out for you. Give me a second here and I'll get that. But how big do you think the very, very biggest dinosaur egg of all time would be? Take a guess. As I... That's not supposed to happen, that sound. Never mind. As I try and get that out. How big would the very biggest dinosaur egg be? There it is. Let's put this stuff back. The very, very largest dinosaur egg that has ever been found. Bowling ball size, says Papier Cuts. Twice the size of an ostrich egg, says Neon Coffee Cat. Size of an elephant bird egg, says Clockwork Ninja. Oh, interesting. About the size of a soccer ball, says Edobot. You would love to see my egg, Masculine. Why does that feel bizarre? Reading that. Anyway, the very biggest dinosaur egg ever found is about this size. Right there. So this is a 3D printed elephant bird egg. The elephant bird is a bird that actually lived so recently that it seems to have been driven to extinction by human beings. They laid eggs this big. And birds being living dinosaurs, this is, as far as we can tell, the biggest dinosaur egg that has ever existed. Yeah. Did it have a trunk, or was it just big? Let me show you. Garnistuda, great question, and welcome to Paleontologizing. I don't recognize that username. Yeah. Let's see. I think we have an Attenborough clip. There we go. Anyway, so for the actual bird itself, here you go.
The country's capital is Tananarivo, or
Tananarive,
as the locals call it. Yeah. And the place to go if you want to find out about the island's natural history.
Oh, look at that. Like Hollywood. I love it.
Is obviously its museum. It had stuffed examples of some of the animals I already knew something about.
Oh, like that lemur.
But I also found a mounted skeleton of the huge bird that interests me so much.
Yeah.
One of the very few that exists. So, how tall was the elephant bird? Not an easy question to answer, because very few skeletons are totally complete. And so many of the mounted specimens have been put together with a number of bones from different specimens.
We call that a composite. When it's all members of the same species, we'll call it a composite. When there's like different individuals of the same species, we take bits and pieces of each of them to create a complete skeleton. That's called a composite. If somebody made a goof and you're accidentally using members of different species, we call that a chimera, like the creature from ancient Greek mythology. Yeah, it's like made of pieces of different pieces of different critters. But if they're all members of the same species, we call it a composite. So that's a composite right there.
Because very few skeletons are totally complete.
Yeah.
And so many of the mounted specimens have been put together with a number of bones from different specimens.
There you go, Death of Barney, yeah.
And if you get over-enthusiastic, maybe it's quite possible that you stick in one or two extra neck bones. So we can't be sure about the length of the neck.
Yeah.
Nor can we be sure about the posture, really. This one looks to me rather front-heavy, and it could well be that in life, the animal was more upright, in which case it stood very tall indeed, what?
Like Big Bird.
12 feet, that sort of size,
yeah.
In order to be able to reach the leaves of trees on which it browsed. Huh. But a more safe characteristic is weight, and you can be fairly sure the estimates of that. And it's reckoned that the elephant bird weighed around half a ton.
Wow. 1,000 kilos. No, 500 kilos? It's about 1,000 pounds.
The extinct moas of
Holy
New
moly.
Zealand might perhaps have been taller, but this was certainly the heaviest bird that ever existed.
Yeah.
And of course, it was flightless, like an ostrich.
Very cool. Now, with that being said, let me show you some reconstructions of what this animal might have looked like. Apiornis, the elephant bird, would have been gargantuan. There it is compared to an ostrich and maybe one of the first like human settlers of Madagascar. Enormous bird, the elephant bird. Apiornis is the genus name, and this is one of my favorite reconstructions of that critter. Just gorgeous. Look at that critter. I once made a reconstruction of my own of this animal, Apiornis, the elephant bird, and I know it shows up in one of the welcome videos, but I'm gonna see if I can find that. Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Elephant bird. Shoot, I'm not seeing it here. But I did a silhouette of this bird for the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. Apiornis. I'm not seeing it here. Shoot. I wonder if I do a video search if it'll show up. in anybody's videos of this critter. Videos. There's one there. That's from what year? It would have to be after it came out, yeah. Let's see, I'm gonna skim this real quick and see if it shows up anywhere. Oh! Yeah, you can see it briefly. Right there in the corner. It's in yellow. Because that's the thing, when I was cutting this thing out, Denver wanted to have an elephant bird silhouette to give you a sense of the scale of this animal. Because we had an elephant bird egg replica to put on display. And so I designed the silhouette and then started cutting it out, and then we had to paint it. And Denver had the final say on what the paint color was. And I said to him kind of jokingly, you know, Denver, whatever you do, don't paint it yellow. Because if you paint it yellow, people are going to call it Big Bird. And guess what he decided to do? I should have kept my big mouth shut. Because there it is way off in the corner, that yellow splotch there. We'll see if it shows up anywhere else in this video. I don't know if it does. Anyway, if you're at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, make sure you check out the Apiornis. Oh, there's another thing that I designed for the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. This time scale, I put that together. And I designed these placards, and I gave Denver a template for these, so that all of the placards at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum that are new, yeah, those are based on my design. I chose the colors and everything. I designed the time scale and that silhouette with the human figure right there. Yeah, that was my work. Oh yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. Yeah, and I think we do have genetic material from elephant bird skullganac. Yeah, I think so. And they were just on Madagascar. Yeah, Clockwork Ninja. They were endemic to Madagascar. And why did the elephant bird die out? It seems like people ate all their eggs. Yeah. There's an idea that the ancient people of Madagascar may have held the elephant bird itself to be sacred, but they didn't feel the same way about its eggs and may have eaten all of its eggs and driven them to extinction, unfortunately. So yeah. Speaking of extinction, hopefully this isn't too much of a downer, but Maskling, are you still here? No, it's Invisible Dimensions. Sorry, Maskling. It was Invisible Dimensions. Are you still here? Found this video for us. I have not seen it yet. We're going to take a look at that. And that should be pretty interesting. And then we'll get into 2023 Dinosaur Bingo. And we'll also get into our predictions for dinosaur science in the year 2023. So yeah. But let's go ahead and watch this from the Central Broadcasting Station show, CBS 60 Minutes. Is that Scott Pelley there?
In what year will the human population grow too large for the Earth to sustain? The answer is about 1970, according to research by the World Wildlife Fund. In 1970, the planet's 3.5 billion people were sustainable. But on this New Year's Day, the population is 8 billion. Today, wild plants and animals are running out of places to live. The scientists you're about to meet say the Earth is suffering a crisis of mass extinction on a scale unseen since the dinosaurs. We're going to show you a possible solution, but first, have a look at how humanity is already suffering from the vanishing wild.
The story will continue in a moment.
After these commercials, which we can conveniently skip because it's YouTube. There we go.
In Washington State, the Salish Sea, helped feed the world.
With this weather and the...
And Dr. Javasaurus, is the possible solution moving to another planet? No, it's not. Moving to another, it's completely infeasible. Oh boy, the amount of energy that it would take to move a significant chunk of the Earth's human population to another planet is just completely bonkers fantasy fairy tale nonsense. It's not gonna happen. It is not gonna happen. Don't just ask me, ask, anybody who actually works on those problems, and they'll tell you the same thing. So, yeah. What about a few snails? You could send a few snails to Mars, Book Snail. Yeah, sure. You hoping to get there? No, the thing is, we gotta save Earth, The solution is not to ship a bunch of people to some inhospitable planet. The solution is to, just fix things here on our own planet, It's like your house is on fire. Imagine your house is on fire. And you're like, well, I could put out the fire, but I don't know, that seems like a lot of work. Instead, Mommy Does, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that. I'll finish that thought in a minute. Thank you, Mommy Does, for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mommy Does, really appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Mommy Does. Really appreciate your generosity. There's now 5 more people who will not have to watch the ads, thanks to you, Mommy Does, so thank you. Backlog, appreciate you, Mommy Does. How were your holidays? Hope they were good. Happy New Year to you. Anyway, what was the analogy I was trying to draw? The idea of like, oh yeah, we don't have to stop climate change or, try and improve things here on the planet that gave rise to us. We could just move to another planet, say Mars, or move to one of the moons of Jupiter or something. It's like, holy cow. If your house was on fire, are you going to go, oh, it seems like too much work to put out that fire. I don't know. I'm going to move to a new house, in Guam, or, on one of the Azores, or Japan, or something like that. I'll just do that, It's too much work to, get out the fire extinguisher and, put out the fire here. Let's move to a new house. It's a really good analogy, honestly. So, yeah. And a new planet that doesn't have any dinosaur fossils. Exactly, Victorious, exactly. Yeah, and I suppose it depends on how good your insurance is, Death of Barney. Well, the insurance company probably wouldn't be too happy to learn that you're, pouring gasoline on the fire, If you set the fire yourself, I doubt you're going to get that insurance money. Which is what we're doing here on Earth. And Sean from NH, are you from New Hampshire, Sean? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Welcome. I suppose it could also be Sean from Natural History, too. I see the letters in conjunction M and H, and I think Museum of Natural History. So yeah. Anyway, and Javasaurus says we could start sending people that buy fossils for private collections at first. It's a start. There you go, Javasaurus. Yeah, let them be the pioneers. Why don't we send the wealthy out, on some sort of, let them start a new colony. Start farming potatoes in their own excrement, like Matt Damon in The Martian. This sounds good to me. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you for that support, Anonymous Gifter. We are very close to a hype train here. That is excellent. Yeah. Thank you. Holy moly. I really appreciate that. Spectacular. Yeah. Excuse me. Anyway, let's continue this.
Really spectacular.
Whoop.
No expense.
And thank you, Lenina, for gifting that sub. Really appreciate that, Lenina. Cheers. We got a hype train started here. Excellent. Really, really nice. And we're 32% of the way to a level 3 already. That's excellent. If we get to a level 5, I'll play some ukulele songs.
No sign of disgrace or failure.
And Atreus.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
I would actually argue with that a little bit, but anyway, Atreus, thank you so much for the 7 months. Is extinction the same thing as evolving into a new species? I would argue it's not. But I suppose most lineages eventually go extinct, but some of them haven't because we still have life on Earth. Anyway, Maskling, thank you for that gift sub to Gimpleg. Really appreciate that, Maskling. Thank you for that.
They have given 6 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah. Danny always threatening us with the ukulele. Like, yes. You know, you keep giving me financial support here, and you know what? That ukulele is going to come out. You know? That's not a threat, that's a promise, you know? I won't make that happen. I will play you some songs about science with that ukulele. Don't make me turn this stream around, kids. I will do it. Yeah. And Mama Bonbon, thank you for the 23 months of support. That is spectacular, Mama Bonbon. 23 months. That's like almost a whole year, isn't it? Mama Bonbon, thank you so much, earnestly, for your ongoing support. It means a lot. And yes, we'll be getting into how we'll be tracking our new discoveries this year. With 2023 Dinosaur Bingo. It's gonna be a ton of fun. So yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Books, Brews, and Booze. Exactly. So yeah. And Elhua says, I like that distinction. Yeah. I mean, again, this is a very, like, cladogenesis versus anagenesis kind of a thing. You know? Stephen Jay Gould is very much of the opinion that, like, anagenesis is very rare in the fossil record, which I don't think that it is. Anyway, yeah. So anyhow. Yeah. And look at that. Uh-oh. Extinction? Whew. Nope. Thank you, Anne-Marie K. Author.
Murph just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Oh, sorry, Murph. Thank you for those 5 gift subs.
Really spectacular.
And thank you, Anne-Marie K. Author, for that gift sub there, too. That is spectacular. Thank you very, very much for that. Really appreciate it. That's excellent. Atreus, I'm glad you like that scene. Yeah. That's why I used it for that, yeah. Anyway. Spectacular. Really, really nice. Thank you so much, Murph. 5 gift subs right there. From Murph. We're now 62% of the way to a level 4 hype train. We'll see if we can get there. Holy moly. Oh boy. That's pretty excellent. Again, we've got 4 minutes to try and get to a level 4, and then after that, level 5 and ukulele time. We'll see if we get there. Here, let me check on something real quick. Give me just a second. And thank you again, Anne-Marie. I appreciate you. I really do. You're brand new here today and you're already gifting subs? That means a lot. It really does. Thank you for that. Just a second here. Ooh, it's raining out there. Very nice. But yeah. And, sound alerts for your stream. What do you mean, Henry? It's kind of you. Yeah. And plethora means a lot, too. It does, Gimpleg. Just between us. Is that a pun? Huh. And no, the uke is under my desk over here. I'll get that out if we get to a level 5 hype train. Anywho, yeah. Oh, and there you go, Anne-Marie. Well, you can go into the VODs for that. I think we had a, And thank you, Mommy Does, for those 200 bits. Appreciate that. Thank you for your contribution. That really does mean a lot to me. I really appreciate it.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Spacey 3D, that is a recurring gift sub right there. Thank you very, very much. Welcome to the community, Spacey 3D. Holy cow. That means you will get these emotes here for as long as you choose to stay subscribed. Thank you very much, Spacey 3D. You also won't have to watch the ads for as long as you stay subscribed. Thank you for your pledge of continued support, Spacey. It means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you very much. Seriously.
If you're feeling
bottom of my heart, I appreciate
try believing
that.
the dinosaurs.
And thank you, the Book Snail, for those 100 bits. Excellent. Really appreciate that, Book Snail. You're new here today too, right? Thank you, thank you. It means a lot.
Here's some objects, gorgeous gargantuans and authentic.
Just like Invisible Dimensions.
So long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like, and can even sculpt them into still or rather,
extinct life. Thank you, Invisible Dimensions. 17 months of support. It's a long time. Appreciate that, Invisible. I really, really do. Thank you, thank you. That's excellent. We've got just under a minute left now to try and get to a level 4 hype train at 95%. I bet you we can make it there. Bet you we can't. Bet you we can. Yeah. And Clockwork Ninja, welcome back to you. How are you doing? Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave. Dinosaur Dave, thank you very, very much.
The Dinosaur Dave is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Seriously generous. Thank you for those 5 gift subs, Dinosaur Dave. Level 4. Complete. Excellent. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. That means a lot to me. It really does. Yeah. Pretty excellent. And Cheerful Bloke, how are you doing? Why are you not like this thing? What's going on? Hope you're doing okay, Cheerful Bloke. Have I lost the thread here? Anyway. We must ukulele? Mongoganek, we'll see if we get there. I mean, shoot. What are we at right now?
Third, it may not seem
Make away.
much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
It really does make away. Thank you for those 500 bits. That is excellent. Thank you kindly. Beautiful. Gimplex says these people are very excited about the potential of an ukulele stream. Ooh. Well, I mean, at this rate, we might well have some ukulele. We are pretty close, I suppose. How close are we? What are we at right now? Like 51% of the way to a level 5? We've got only 49% left with 3.5 minutes. I think we can probably get there. This last part is up to you, everybody, you know? Yeah. We've already exceeded our sub goal for the day, so I am very grateful for that. Thank you. Holy moly. Really appreciate that. It's excellent. It really is. We'll see if we get even more support. Lunaseer, Science Ukulele, yes indeed. I mean, should I get the ukulele out?
Seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you, Ash Girl. Really appreciate that. Says go get him. We'll see, we're at 60% now. Here is, it's my ukulele case. Let me just get this out preemptively. case we really want to have some ukulele. Want to make sure that is at the ready. Locked and loaded. Yeah. Can we count my earlier 2 gift subs, Golganek? I don't know how to calculate that, or else I would, Golganek. I'm not a mathematician here. Yeah. And Smorphosaurus, no, I totally understand that. Shoot, hey, I get it. I'm in the same boat. Yeah. I remind everybody I do this full time nowadays, you know? This is my only means of income. So every gift sub and every recurring subscription, every bit that is cheered, those all go out toward putting food on my table, food into the fridge and the freezer and the pantry, and paying for internet so I can stream here, and rent and everything else. So yeah.
No expense.
Thank you, Golganek. Golganek, that is too generous.
Golganek gifted a tier 1 sub to Asharadal.
Gives up to Asharadel. Ash, welcome back. Good to see you. I did survive New Year's, of course. I know I looked really tired on the New Year's Eve stream. I was. Shoot, I didn't even make it to New Year's this year. I fell asleep at like 10:30. Ash girl. Thank you.
Began the Dinosaur dynasty.
Thank you, Ash girl. Holy moly. Really appreciate that. Spectacular.
No expense.
And Lenina, thank you for gifting Boon music. I really appreciate that too. Thank you, thank you. That is excellent.
189 gift subs in the channel.
18%. Hang on, did we make it to a level 5? I can't tell with the way that this is laid out. Let me pull up the dashboard here. And, let's see where we're... That doesn't show either.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits
goes
a long way towards supporting science. I'll keep here on Twitch.
Octavius King! Thank you for that. Holy moly. We have exceeded a level 5, haven't we? It's on level 6. We're making our way to a level 6. Well, level 5 complete. Ding, ding, ding. I owe you some ukulele songs now. Spectacular. This is good. This is very good. Yeah. It does look like a good year so far, Itobot. At this rate? Yeah. Extra ramen in my bowl. Every night. Ukulele time indeed, Asharadel. Thank you for your contribution. That is beautiful. And welcome back, Octavius King, by the way. Can we get a shout out for Octavius King? How are you and the rats? Is 2023 off to a good start for you? I hope so. But yeah. Did nothing. You are very welcome. Oh, Ashari, I appreciate you. Yeah. Anyway, it'll be your first ukulele stream. Well, McDiggity, you're in for a treat. Yeah. Let me take out the old uke. Right here. This is our trusty Paleontologizing ukulele. Sounds like she's in tune. Yeah. And I'm going to play for you some songs as a special thank you for a level 5 hype train. Yeah. I'm going to play some songs that I used to play for my students back when I was teaching full-time. Our first song is called The Dinosaur March. And just fair warning here. Fair warning, this song will get stuck in your head. Hope that's okay, but I think you'll like it. It's called The Dinosaur March, and it's based on an old folk song. This particular version I actually learned from the music teacher at the school that I used to teach at. But I made some modifications to make it more paleontologically authentic. So let's see if you can pick those out. This is my student's very favorite song the last year I was teaching full-time. And it goes like this. Ready? Many, many years ago, before the people came, And I just realized, shoot, before I start that, let's change our category here to music, shall we? Here in 2023, I am trying to stream in different categories more often. So please remind me to switch back to science or just chatting when we're done with this. Anyway. You ready? Many, many years ago, before the people came, the animals upon the earth, they did not look the same. They lived for 170 million years, but now they are no more, except for birds. Because as we all know, birds themselves are living dinosaurs, having evolved from feathered theropod dinosaurs. So dinosaurs, strictly speaking, never went extinct. Birds today are living dinosaurs. They were the dinosaurs. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. So that's the first verse. And when I first learned it, there only was one verse. So I decided I would write a second one. And it goes like this. We can learn about these awesome beasts by studying their bones. Skeletons under the ground that partly turn to stone. We dig them up and we clean them and we raise them off the floor to build a dinosaur. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. There you go. That's the Dinosaur March. Next, as is tradition, we will do I'm a Paleontologist. And then maybe we'll wrap it up with Jolene at the very end, because that's also a classic. And I think you'll like that one too. So our next song, Applausosaurus. Thank you, Ash Girl. Appreciate you. Let's do I'm a Paleontologist. This is a song by the band They Might Be Giants. And I think you might like it. And Awkward Cyborg, I'm so glad you got a gift sub. Thank you again, Dinosaur Dave. Welcome to the community, Awkward Cyborg. Good to have you here. Yeah. I'm a Paleontologist. It's become kind of an anthem here on this channel. It goes like this. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I seek, they're rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jaws, Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them, they're lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Could it be an herbivore, crushing plants with rounded teeth, or a ferocious carnivore who moved so quickly on its feet? It's like pieces of a puzzle that I'd love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids wanna see them. They're lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. There you go. Yeah. And wonderful to have you here, Awkward Cyborg. It really, really is. Thank you for being here. You were in the right place if you love paleontology. Wrong button. There we go. Because that's what we talk about here on Paleontologizing. So stay tuned for the rest of this broadcast. We're going to have some dinosaur bingo, new dinosaur discovery bingo for 2023. We're going to be playing this all year, filling out our bingo cards. Every time a new dinosaur is discovered, a new paper is published, that kind of thing. We'll be talking about that. Should be a ton of fun. And thank you, Mick Diggity, for the hydrate. We'll do our final song here. Let me get this tuned up first. I feel like it slipped out of tune as I was playing. So let's make sure we're all good there. Yeah, a little bit flat. I felt it was a little flat. There we go. Yeah. And 2023, I hope it's amazing, Anne-Marie. I mean, it's better now that you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. All right, I got to look up the chords for this next song. There we go. Jolene's song. So this is a classic song that I have modified a wee bit to make more relevant to scientists and their plight. So many scientists nowadays are overworked and underpaid. So many of them competing for the same paltry resources amongst one another, all applying for the same grants, and it's tricky nowadays to be a scientist in many cases. This is, a cutthroat environment that I am lucky to have kind of escaped from in many ways. I'm freelance nowadays. I make my money here on Twitch. It's not a whole lot, but it's enough to live on, and I'm deeply grateful for that. I don't have to deal with this rat race anymore. But this song goes out to all the scientists who are still out there, in that rat race, competing for funding. The song is called Jolene, and it goes like this. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take it even though you can. Your research is impressive stuff. Surely it is good enough for tenure. You don't need the funds, Jolene. Your papers are exemplary. Citations, you got so much more than me, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take it just because you can. And I could easily understand how you could easily take my grant, but you don't know what it means to me, Jolene. And you could have your choice of dough, but I could never get funds on so short notice. Is my only hope, Jolene. I had to have this talk with you. My research goals depend on you and whatever you decide to do, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Thank you, everybody, for helping me feel much less like the singer of that song and much more like Jolene herself. Thank you for all of your financial support for that incredible level 5 hype train, creeping up to a level 6. I appreciate that more than you know. So thank you for that. Thank you. Awkward Cyborg says, incredible lyrics for it. Appreciate you. Lyrics video of your version of Jolene when? That's a great question, Lunaseer, actually. One of my New Year's resolutions for 2023 is to
Dinosaur Man.
And FMSSK, thank you so much for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. One of my resolutions for this new year, 2023, is to start putting all of the VODs up onto YouTube. And here, let me show you. I made this public so everybody can hold me accountable. But here we are right here. Post all VODs to YouTube, which might mean some might also mean some lyrics videos, perhaps. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see about that. We'll see. If you, well, shoot, you can find me on YouTube at Paleontologizing, just like you see right over here. Down there. Yeah, on the old YouTube. Paleontologizing. In fact, let me make it extra easy for you. YouTube.com/Paleontologizing. Will that work? It will. I have been careful to post some new videos before New Year's. Right there. So yeah, so I can save my VODs offline. They take up a ton of space, so I'll probably delete them. I'll probably just put them up on YouTube and not have to hold them on my hard drive. Because, man, that is like terabytes of space. But anyway, I just put up a couple of new videos. Here was my appearance on GB News with Michael Portillo. Yeah, so that's on there. And then my 65 trailer here, too. With Adam Driver. My recut of that trailer is up there also, and my VODs are going to go up there too, including this VOD right now. So if you're watching on YouTube right now, hello, hello, that means that I have held to my New Year's resolution for at least one day. Let's hope I can go a whole year, huh? Anyway, hello, hello, YouTube. I hope you are behaving yourselves, YouTube. Hope you're leaving good, thoughtful, kind comments. And welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Yeah. The Book Snail says, hi, YouTubers. Yeah. And Awkward Cyborg says, you've gained yourself another YouTube subscriber, sir. Thank you, Awkward Cyborg. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. And yeah, push-ups indeed, McDiggity. I still have some more to do today. I haven't gotten to 100 yet, but working on. I used to do 200 every day. I'm gonna get up to 100 again every morning very soon. Working my way up to it again. And there you are, Octavius King, yes. Octavius King says, I bet everyone in research wishes they could crack that song out so many times. Yeah. Maybe I'll even put it up on the old Tink Tonk. We'll see. And thank you, Lenina and Claire Burr, for reminding me to change streaming categories here. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go to just chatting. You know, you could read that phrase in several different ways. It could be just chatting, like only chatting, merely chatting, or it could be just chatting, you know, just chatting, chatting for great justice. So read that whichever way suits you, you know? So yeah. Oh, you already changed it, Claire. You can do that? Really? That's cool. Yeah. You said it before I could type it, lol, says Lunaseer. Were you also making for great justice? Yes. Yeah. Claire Burr, mods can. You might also be a you might also have like editing privileges on category, Claire Burr, apart from just being a mod. But yeah. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about 2023 Dinosaur Bingo. My bingo card happens to be right here. Somebody type in the bingo command. By pressing Control+, you can also make this bigger. I know it's not very big, even at 100% magnification. But those of you who were here for New Year's Eve, and before then, you remember us counting down the 30-plus new dinosaurs named in the year 2022. We were doing a nice retrospective of all of those dinosaurs from 2022, new genera and new species that were described in the past year. Well, we're going to have a lot more in 2023. So I thought a fun activity to do would be to create a dinosaur paleontology bingo game. So what you do here is you click that link in the bingo command. Thank you, Lenina, for pulling that up. You click that link right there. It's right here. There you go. Been invited to play. You type in your name. Put in your username there if you want. Yeah. And do join game. Please, only one bingo card per person. We're going to set up a channel in the Discord for this sort of thing. And that should be... yeah, a way to kind of keep everybody honest there, you know? So yeah, you did that? Oh, you already did a Discord channel? Thank you, Claire Burr. Excellent. Yeah, and this is a bingo card. Yes, Ashara Dell. This is a bingo card for the whole year. This is something that you're going to want to keep because that link will expire at the end of January. So you want to take a screenshot of your bingo card or save it if you can do that. It might not be an image. Like if I go to mine here. Yeah, here is mine. I've got bingo card number 1 and there's no way for me to save this. So I screenshotted it instead. So I've got that on my hard drive. Later you'll upload that to the Discord if you want to play along. So we'll all keep each other honest there. The idea is new dinosaur discoveries that happened in 2023. We'll talk about those live on stream, and then we will mark them down here. So if there's, say, for instance, a new troodontid discovered and described, named in the scientific literature, then we'll mark that. And say you get lucky, and then there's a new stegosaur. There's a news article that mistakenly calls a synapsid a dinosaur. You have a new dromaeosaur described. There's a Hollywood film that has a terrible dinosaur portrayal. And we get more evidence of preserved dinosaur soft tissue, internal. Then shoot, holy cow, you've got a bingo right there. Yeah. Anyway, so this is something we'll be returning to throughout the year. I wonder how long it'll take to get our first bingo. We might even have a prize for that. I haven't decided yet. We'll see. But to get a full blackout will really be something. And we'll see if we'll see who gets the first blackout as well. Blackout is when you get all of them. So anyway, this should be a lot of fun. That's going to be one of our new activities for 2023. Keep in mind, there is a limited number of bingo cards. Each one of these is going to be different, and the one that you have is going to be unique. That's why it's important for you to save it, because that link will expire at the end of January, and you want to have your bingo card for the whole rest of the year. You want to have it on your hard drive or on your phone or wherever you watch Paleontologizing, you know? Whatever screen I'm on right now, you know, try and save the bingo card there or in a place where you can keep it, you know? And we'll be keeping tabs on new dinosaur discoveries in the year 2023. So, yeah, keep that in mind. New Abelisaur, yeah, Golganek, that's a possibility there, yeah. But yeah. So no need to go in order? No, definitely not a Sharadel, yeah. And you can also try and do this on your own time too, but keep in mind there will be, if you claim a bingo, there will be some scrutiny there. You know, all in good fun. So yeah. So yeah. Impressive for January 2nd. Yeah, Death of Barney, we're not anywhere close to a new bingo. So far, as far as I know, we've got no new dinosaurs for 2023 so far. But yeah. And Gimpleg says, did you see the new species paper I sent you on Twitter? I think was that the new Enantiornithian bird, Gimpleg? I think so, yeah. we're not necessarily counting avian dinosaurs for this. It's kind of one of our ground rules. It should really say non-avian dinosaur paleontology bingo. But I didn't want to make it too wordy. So yeah. But anyway, I think I did see that. Thank you again, Gimpleg. That was cool. New Mesozoic bird that Gimpleg sent to me on Twitter. Scrutiny or peer review. There you go, Chardell, yes. But anyway. Booksnail says, yeah, paleontologists have been slacking this year. I know. Shoot. We haven't announced any new dinosaurs so far in 2023. Yeah, what's wrong with us? And Maskling, we'll have to wait until the movie 65 comes out to really try that, you know? But yeah, it's gonna be in what, March, I think? So yeah. And thank you, Jody Fish. You like your G3? That means Jody Fish, but yeah. But thank you for rooting for me. Yeah. Speaking of 65, you know, I have this on my card right here. Where is that? It is Hollywood film has terrible dinosaur portrayal right here. Yeah. We might actually get some of those in the upcoming film 65. Would anybody like to see a trailer for that has been recut to make it scientifically authentic? Give me a 1 in chat if you'd like to see that, and I'd be glad to show it to you. Yeah. Oscar Jr. says there's still time to fix 65, like they fixed Sonic the Hedgehog. There you go. Did they make him a more realistic hedgehog? Anyway, here is the 65 trailer recut to make it paleontologically authentic. Here goes.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
The atmosphere is breathable.
There's something alien out there.
You need to be quiet and move.
So yeah, there's that. Do you get the joke? I mean, the thing is, for those of you who haven't seen this before, I know I've showed it a number of times now, but I put that together because they were off by a million years. Let me show you a time chart right here. The International Chronostratigraphic Chart. Let's go to linear time. The asteroid hits 66 million years ago, as it said in the trailer, you know? In my modified version that I showed you. So dinosaurs, except for birds, go extinct 66 million years ago. The title of the film is 65. So if Adam Driver crash lands into Earth 65 million years ago, he's not going to encounter any big scary dinosaurs. He's going to encounter tiny little squeaky mammals that just managed to squeak their way through that extinction event. So yeah, there you go. 66 million years ago is when the asteroid hit. 65 would put him in the Paleocene, like a million years after the impact, basically. So yeah, some of the most intimidating creatures that he sees would be maybe like little Purgatorius right here. This little squirrel-like proto-primate thing. You know. Oh my goodness. How terrifying. Or some sort of lepticid. Like Leptictidium, which I think is from the Eocene, isn't it? Some sort of little critter like that. I guess this is what the elephant shrews were alluding to in the video. Yeah, you know? Something like this. Not necessarily the most formidable of creatures, you know? Yeah. Help, it's an ankle biter. Yes. Help, help, it's a tiny feeble mammal. How will I ever survive against such a deadly, terrifying creature? You know? Such as Leptictidium. You know? These little creatures here. How in the world? Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Starring Snouts, the Sengi. There you go, SV Harkin, that was a Sengi. Which, Sengis look a little bit different from these guys. But, I honestly should have just looked for footage of... I could have used these, you know, footage of these guys. Yeah. But instead I went for, I went the elephant shrew route. Because I thought that would be funnier. Yeah. Let's see here. Hey, here's some elephant shrews here. Like this little guy. That's actually a giant elephant shrew. They get about this big. Elephant shrews are more properly known as Sengis. They're, yeah, Shy Gamer. Yes, I am become death. Destroyer of carpets. Shrewdly done, says Dread Pirate Robert. Thank you. Yeah. There's a classic video. Let's see. What was it called? There we go. Turn up the volume so you can hear it. And, here we go.
Take a closer look at that snout.
Sengi, the elephant shrew. Oh, it's so good. There you go, Clipper, yeah. Brilliant. Brilliant. And here's another take on that, too.
Take a closer look at that snout.
And it goes on and on. There are many other takes on this. But, yeah. You should put that in the trailer, Atreus. It would have been a little too derivative, I think. But, you know. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Little Busy Bling. Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's what I'm worried about with 65 Little Busy Bling is not only are they going to have featherless dinosaurs there, I think that the, or I hope that this is not the case, but I betcha...
That belongs in a museum.
Whoa, holy cow. You search 65 trailer? And my video here is the fourth one that pops up. Oh, that's excellent. Man, I just uploaded this like last night, 19 hours ago. Wow, that is a good sign. That's a very good sign, actually. And it's the third 65 trailer that pops up. Oppenheimer is third for some reason. That's not even the same movie. It's working, apparently. Anyway, yeah, go watch this. Juice those numbers. Here's the, yeah. There's the link right there. Very nice. So anyway, my fear with this movie is that I'm afraid this is how the plot is going to go. That Adam Driver crashes his spaceship into the asteroid that would have caused the KPG extinction event and killed the non-bird dinosaurs and the plesiosaurs and mosasaurs and hesperornithids and other, you know, Mesozoic critters like that. And then he arrives on Earth, and, yeah. And anyway, yeah. And then he has to, like, I guess since he changed the past by accidentally knocking the asteroid out from its path toward Earth, that he then has to, like, start a new human mammalian lineage. I don't know. The only other human that seems to be around is that little girl, and, like, that's not cool. So, I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm worried is going to happen. But we'll see. How many views do I have on this? Let's see. 486, which is surprising. Like, that's quite a few for, that is quite a few for, only 19 hours of the video being live. And thank you, Nature's Compendium, Rap Terror, Big Boss Man, and Prehistoric Plaza for the comments there. Again, here's the link there in chat. Feel free to leave your own comment and a view and everything else. Feel free to, you know, do the typical YouTube thing, you know, smash that like button and mangle that bell and you buy some merch and whatever else YouTubers say, you know? So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Hit refresh, there's a new comment, says the Lenina. And let's have ourselves a look. There is indeed. Thank you, the Lenina. Appreciate you. Thank you very much, Lenina. That's wonderful. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And that's the cause of the mass extinction. Interesting, Dread. Wait. Oh, that... Well, but that would also mean that he would die in the... when the asteroid hits, right, Dread Pirate? But that's another possibility. Okay. Okay. Yeah. How many views now, says Golganek? 487. One more. Nice. Whoever viewed the video another time. Thank you. Yeah. And Shy Gamer, this is true. A girl sometimes can grow into a woman in over 66 million years. Well, no, this is only 65 million years. They say it right in the trailer, Shy Gamer. But fair point, though. 65 million years is a long time. From a human point of view. Yeah. So it would be fitting if humans were responsible for another mass extinction. Exactly, Dread Pirate Robert. And thank you for getting us back on track, by the way. Let's get back to what we were going to talk about here. This video from, 60 minutos.
I hate to say it, I don't want to say it's the end of it.
Why do you feel so emotionally attached to this?
It's everything we know. I'm fortunate enough to know where I know a lot of different things. I've done a lot of different things in my life. I've gotten good at evolving and changing. But not everybody here is built like that. And to some of us, this is what they know. This is all they know.
The 5 mass extinctions of the ancient past were caused by natural calamities, volcanoes, and an asteroid. Today, if the science is right, humanity may have to survive a 6th mass extinction in a world of its own making.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Dreadbear Rubber Go. Yeah. Anyway, I'd like to share a book with you, actually. This past summer, I read a really, really interesting book. It's a science fiction novel, actually, that kind of envisions what a near future on planet Earth will be like with continued climate change, and how we, as human beings, can fight against that. The changes that we can cause, the improvements that we can make, the battles that we can fight to save our future. And let me find it for you here on Thrift Books. Find you a nice used copy of this, perhaps. There we go. The book is by acclaimed science fiction author Kim Stanley Robinson, who I think wrote the... Is it the Mars trilogy? Ios was telling me about this, and I actually bought a copy for her, and she read it. She liked it. But, it's called The Ministry for the Future by Kim Stanley Robinson. And this is one of the best fiction books that I've read in a long, long time. And it's not some sort of starry-eyed, like, oh, kumbaya, we can all get along, and this is going to be easy, everybody can just stop using plastic bags, use metal straws, and we can solve climate change. It's not like that. At all. But it's a really thought-provoking, really interesting, harrowing account of, like, a near-future planet Earth where people are struggling to survive as the climate continues to get worse. And then some people decide to band together and actually make some changes, and it's really deeply interesting. I was actually thinking about this a lot this past week, as we've had this big atmospheric river here in California. Let me see if I can find you a, Atmospheric River 2022. Yeah.
And when it's severe,
we have seen some torrential rains here in coastal California. Really, most of California. Due to an atmospheric river. This is actually a major plot point. Or a plot point in the book. Basically, at one point in the book, Los Angeles is largely destroyed by an atmospheric river. More severe than the one that we've seen this week, and more severe than the ones that are coming in the coming days, because we've got like 2 or 3 more of these that are supposed to hit over the course of the next week. Really torrential rain forecast. But yeah. Anyway, it's and Miss Yvette says one of Barack Obama's favorite books of the year. That's kind of disconcerting, because Barack Obama could have set us on a different course for the future, and he didn't. Very disappointed in him. More than almost anybody. Anyway, yeah. It reminds me, there's a, and this whole scenario, like Los Angeles basically being, most of it being destroyed by an atmospheric river like this, it might sound like a, you know, like a Roland Emmerich movie, like, ooh, Independence Day, or Day After Tomorrow, or something like that. But no, that's actually really, really plausible. There was a talk that I watched not too long ago with a seismologist, an earthquake scientist, who's based in Los Angeles. And she studies earthquakes and everything, and she had this really excellent talk that she gave at a library in Los Angeles about, you know, earthquake risks in LA. And, you know, it's right there on the San Andreas Fault. You know, potential for really serious earthquakes that can cause a lot of damage, and earthquakes are her life. She's a seismologist. This is her passion. This is what she studies. And then at the end of the talk, she said something really sobering that really made me sit up and listen. Where she says, earthquakes, as much as I love them, as much as I study them, everything else, she says earthquakes are not the biggest risk to Los Angeles. The biggest risk is flooding. I'm going to see if I can find that.
But the paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Thank you, Lee Luca, for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Yeah. And you've met Kim Stanley Robinson before. Very cool, St. Louis Mo. Golden X says, yes, Mars Trilogy. Very nice. Yeah. And yeah, F Jump Jess, the opening for the Ministry of the Future is incredibly depressing, but you gotta power through it. It starts off very dire, you know? And there we go. What's her name? Lucy Jones. Lucy Jones. I'm trying to find the talk that she gave, which was really enlightening. Apparently she's something of a celebrity. I didn't realize she was so well known. Yeah, is it here? It might be there. Calabasas. Maybe if I put in library into the search terms. But it was really, really fascinating. There it is. Yeah, it's called The Big Ones.
You know, we began a path away from believing in divine retributions, but it's taken us a long.
Anyway,
and
let's see.
So the earthquake happened offshore of the.
So she's an expert on earthquakes and about like how to mitigate disasters from earthquakes through, you know, using science to try and be smart about the way that we build and everything else. And thank you, Masculine, for the hydrate. Cheers. Yeah. Anyway, preventing damage. Refugee. Where was the part about flooding?
The Elsinore Fault is maybe once every 500 years, and the Newport Inglewood is once every 1,000 years. So
Different
you're more
earthquake
likely to get a
faults.
San Andreas. However, if you live here, the Newport Inglewood's going to be a lot worse because of that whole problem with the dying off with distance,
Yeah.
and when you're right on top of it, it's a lot worse.
And there you go.
We actually have
Iconic.
some
Yeah.
really cool
Well, tsunamis are difficult to predict.
Newport Inglewood Fault at Seal Beach.
Yeah. So that is a
went in
thing.
looking for
The
tsunami
Indonesian
deposits,
tsunami was.
couldn't find tsunami deposits, but they were able to see a feature that was created by the Newport Inglewood Fault moving and pulling things apart within there.
There was something like 200,000 people who died in the 2004 Indonesian tsunami. It was a world historic tragedy. Yeah, but we could have the same thing happen in the Los Angeles basin from a flood. Like, you could have a similar number of people dying potentially there just from rainfall.
And that's where we're...
Yeah.
This is not perfect.
Let's see.
Consequences of doing the work.
I'm trying to find this part.
And that we're basically planning for the right thing. On the flood, they way underestimated what the real risk is.
Yeah.
And on the tsunami, they overestimated what the risk is. So the biggest tsunami we were able to create requires putting a Tohoku-sized source in exactly the right part of the Alaska Trench to aim it at us. And that's a much bigger tsunami than we would get from anything like from the Pacific Northwest or any of the other sources. And that brings in about 2 meters to this region. It does cover Balboa Island. That's one of the few places that's completely inundated in a tsunami. 6 feet, something like this, above sea level.
And hey, Sauce
It will
Boys.
depend
How
upon
you
what the
doing?
tide
Happy New Year
is
to
at
you
the
too.
time it's coming in. When we did the modeling,
Harkin,
Santa
I'm so
Nofri
sorry to
was
hear
so
that.
far
Goodness.
above the biggest one we could figure out how to bring in. We didn't include it in the
A lot of
in
people
the model.
died in that tragedy.
So I can tell you on that particular event. Well, this guy's had his hand up the whole time.
Let me see. I'm trying to find the part about the actual flood risk thing. But anyway, here is a link to this video.
Because in the end, with whatever does happen, we are all in this together. Thank you.
Come on, internet. YouTube is being slow today. I'm not sure why. But feliz año nuevo a ti también, Sloppy. Y gracias for being here. Great to have you. Yeah.
So, on that really somehow depressing but also positive note that you can make the difference, what is it that you can do? And I am not going to give you the list of things that your CERT leaders can tell you, because you can go outside and get that. I want you to think about it in a different way, though. And remember that the risk from disasters is really about the risk to society. It is not about your individual life. That's what we think of because we're so afraid of that moment. But what really is at stake here is whether or not our societies survive. Societies have been lost. Pompeii was completely lost. Iceland came very close to being lost from a volcanic eruption that knocked out 1/4 of their people. And they cannot be completely lost, but they can lose a lot. You know, the day before the 1906 earthquake in San Francisco was 5 times larger than Los Angeles. Los Angeles is now 5 times larger than San Francisco. And its biggest growth decade was the decade after 1906. People walked away and came south. And you could argue that San Francisco has never reclaimed what it lost.
Yep.
Because it was the only economic powerhouse that mattered on the West Coast. And until Silicon Valley, it didn't matter a whole lot after 1906.
That's true. I mean, World War II, it kind of grew a lot because of the Pacific War against Japan that the U.S. waged. But Yeah, I don't know. But there was sort of a decline after that, too, until the rise of Silicon Valley as well. So, yeah.
So when you think about how do we do this, we need to think not about our individual lives, but about what matters to us in our communities. And I thought I would bring this up and say what matters in this community. Most Californians are pretty worried about earthquakes. I look at this and really wonder why you guys aren't more worried about floods.
Yeah. And she's saying this as an earthquake scientist, as a seismologist. That is what she is saying. She's saying, hey, my area of expertise is really important. Of course, I've devoted my life to studying this. And thank you, Tony Tyler Draws, for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Very nice. Tony Tyler Draws, how was your stream? I hope it was good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Again, here we have a seismologist, somebody who has devoted her life to the study of earthquakes and their causes, to the shifting plates in the Earth's crust. This is what she is all about. And she says, you know, earthquakes are really important, but, well, listen to what she has to say about this.
Most Californians are pretty worried about earthquakes. I look at this and really wonder why you guys aren't more worried about floods. You know, there was a flood in 1861-62 that moved the mouth of the Santa Ana River by 6 miles.
Ooh,
because
boy.
everywhere here was underwater. Orange County and much of Los Angeles County, the flats of LA, the LA basin, were underwater, and they were underwater for months. Right? We have had horrible floods in the past. We can in the future.
We know this from the geological record, too. We can look at the rock record. We can look at these flood deposits, the mud and sediment that was laid down by these floods in the past. We know that this happened, and yet people still built there.
And you really guys should be thinking about that. Not that earthquakes aren't a problem. Why do you think those mountains are there? In California, when you see mountains, think earthquakes. Something's pushing them up faster than erosion is bringing them down. But there are aspects that you get ready for disaster, you get ready for both of them. But prevention requires thinking about your individual risk and understanding it. And that preventing damage isn't just helping yourself, it's helping your whole community.
Yep,
you know, when a building is badly damaged, its neighbors get red tagged and you aren't allowed to use its neighbors because it might collapse on you. So it isn't individual financial decisions. It really is as a community. So when you are working on this, do it with your neighbors. Because...
And that's something that so many people, especially here in the U.S., with our, perversely individualistic culture, so many people are always, it's like, oh, it's all about me, and I'm out for me, and I got mine, and, you go take a hike. But everybody's well-being affects us, We live in a community. This is a society that we're in, and the well-being of our neighbors affects us too, and that goes, into the buildings that we inhabit as well. I wish more people took this message to heart. I wish more people could get this through their thick skulls, that, when my neighbor is in need, when they are hungry or sick or homeless or whatever, that affects me too. We're all in this together.
Because we need to do this together if we're going to have a society that functions. I can't do that alone, but if I'm working with my neighbors and I get together with the churches and with the schools and with the mosques and the synagogues, and we're all in there and connected, we start being able to do something together that means we have a society that can make it out the other side. Because in the end, with whatever does happen, we are all in this together. Thank you.
So yeah, she answers a lot of questions after this and everything. And yeah, anyway, here's that link again. Especially if you live in California, bookmark that link and watch it. Listen to it as you're doing the dishes, folding laundry, cleaning your room, weeding the garden, whatever else you're doing. Really important stuff. Protect you, protect yourself, protect your family, protect your friends and your community. We're all in this together, Yeah. Anyway, we're all in this together, Miss Yvette. Absolutely. Yeah. And there you go, Sloppy. Yeah, after the Northridge quake in LA. Yeah, absolutely. Sloppy, yeah. Where... Are you from California yourself, Sloppy? Because I am. I'm from the Bay Area, up north. Yeah. And yeah, St. Louis Mo says there have been tsunamis that have thrown shore and ocean sediment in Oregon as far inland as 50 miles. I believe it. Yeah, shoot. The entire west coast of the Cascade Range was underwater at one time anyway. The Inland Valley was more like the Bay of California in Mexico. Yeah, the Gulf of California is what you mean, yeah. A vast inland ocean inlet, if I remember correctly. I would not be shocked if that were true, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And they... ¿Eres de Berkeley? Ah, Sloppy D. Claro que sí. Soy de Martínez. En el este de la bahía. But, yeah. Ahora vivo en Oakland. I still live in the East Bay. The East Bay area. So, yeah. Claro. Claro que sí. And Tony Tyler draws.
Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
Unlike original Old Dog, who's very friendly to us, supporting us for these past 5 months. Happy New Year's to you too, original Old Dog. I really appreciate you. Thank you for your ongoing support. It really does mean a lot to me. It does. Thank you. It's 5 months is a long time to support a Twitch channel. I appreciate that tremendously, original Old Dog. Tony Teller Draw says, thanks for the shout out. I was doing an art stream drawing Motoko Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell. Ah. Ghost in the... Is that... What creature has the shell? Is it a turtle? Is it a snail? Is it some kind of bivalve? I'm not familiar with Ghost in the Shell. Hope you had a wonderful stream, Tony Tyler Draws. Doing some cool art. Can we get another shout out real quick for Tony Tyler Draws? I'd appreciate that. Thank you for the raid, Tony. Appreciate you. Yeah. And you're South Bay. Oh, very cool, Tony Tyler. Well, greetings from the East Bay. Fellow Bay Area resident. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Again, it's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I'm born and raised in the Bay Area. I lived in Montana for about a decade. I moved there after high school to go dig up dinosaurs. We don't have many dinosaurs. Well, no dinosaurs here in the Bay Area. Not many at all in California. So now I go further afield for fieldwork. Utah, Wyoming, and maybe Montana this next summer. But I'm going to be doing some fieldwork live streams in the summer, and I'm very excited about that. So, yeah. And Ghost in the Shell is about a robot having a soul. Kind of, says Dinosaur. Oh, cool. Very cool. That sounds profound. Ghost in the Shell was a Scarlett Johansson... Real Men Grow Beards, I happen to know. That is the movie Her, which is actually one of my favorite movies. Not a joke. What a wonderful movie. Really tugged at my heartstrings. That's the movie Her, Real Men Grow Beards. But yeah. And what has been discovered in California, we actually have, believe it or not, California has a number of different dinosaur taxa. In fact, let me pull out an old book to show you. This is the book, Dinosaurs and Other Mesozoic Reptiles of California. Excuse me. Oh, how rude. Excuse me. And let me show you some of our native California dinosaurs. There is one right there, which at the time... Oh, there we go. At the time of publication, was called Saurolophus. You'll see this critter in a few minutes. It is no longer called Saurolophus, for better or for worse. We've got a Hypsilophodont, fragments of which have been found up in the Sierras. Yeah. And you can go see that skeletal mount at Sierra College in, I think, Rocklin, California? Do I have that right? Sierra College. And, where's our... ¿Dónde están los dinosaurios? En este libro. Journey of Discovery. Wait, hang on. Was that my old boss? Where'd he go? Yep. Yeah. Who's this, everybody? Anybody have any guesses? Who is this? Anybody think they know? There you go, Lenina. That's his voice. Yeah. That's Jack. Yep. Jack who? Jack Horner. Yeah, that's my old boss, Jack Horner. Right there. Yeah. And he actually apparently found some plesiosaur remains in the Panoche Hills in Central California. Ontogeny. Which is pretty cool. That's his voice saying, ontogeny. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, we've got several dinosaurs from here in California, including, well, that's from Baja, California, this big old hadrosaur, a big old lamiosaur. But this is Aletopelta, which is one of the best preserved, I would argue the best preserved dinosaur, non-avian dinosaur from California. And, yep. There's elements of it right there at the San Diego Museum of Natural History, which I've still never been to. Yeah. This skeleton had been lying on its back with the legs splayed out to its sides like some Cretaceous roadkill. So what you're looking at are the arms of that animal splayed out to the sides and some armor plates in the front. And there's actually oysters stuck to it. Aletopelta is from Southern California near San Diego, and it is one of our best preserved Californian dinosaurs. Like almost every dinosaur from California, it's actually from ocean bottom sediments. So this critter actually died and washed out to sea, and that's why there's oysters circled in red there, stuck to the bones on display at the San Diego Museum of Natural History. Aletopelta. Yeah. Very, very cool. The holotype formed a miniature reef and was scavenged upon by invertebrates and sharks, which is pretty cool. That's about how big the animal would be. Aletopelta is an armored dinosaur, about 5 meters long. 5 or 6 meters, something like that. Named after Walter Coombs, which is a famous ankylosaur researcher. Well, well-known ankylosaur researcher. So yeah, an armored dinosaur, kind of like Ankylosaurus. Yeah. And here's that same deviant artist here. Doing the Lord's work, you know? Publishing some excellent illustrations. And wow, I guess they have a life-size model at the San Diego Museum of Natural History. Very cool. Very, very cool. Look at that animal. And they even blessed it with a tail club there. I wonder if, I don't know if this critter actually would have had a tail club. That's speculative. But yeah. There's Aletopelta. Here is a link to its Wikipedia page if you'd like to read more about it. And that is a good Clash song, isn't it, Sloppy? Yes. Sharp ears there. Got good taste. Yeah. And Tony Tyler, you're exactly right. Yeah, Jack did speculate the theropods were warm-blooded before we even had hard evidence about that. Now we know that they were. But Jack got it right from their tracks. You're right. Anyway, what am I trying to find here? We now also have a state dinosaur, an official state dinosaur. here in California. And let me show you that video. Here we go. Once it loads, closed captions on, volume up.
So I'm going to write something down. I'm going to see if you guys can pronounce it, okay? All right? This isn't your typical second grade lesson. All right, you see the name up there? What is it?
Should be.
Never mind.
Oh, you got it, kid.
Maurice.
Can you say August?
August.
Inolphus?
Inolphus.
Morrissey.
Morrissey.
Don't give the kids the species name, too. Just give them the genus name, you know? We don't usually use the species name as scientists unless we're trying to be real precise, you know? Augustinolophus. Just say that. Augustinolophus. Don't overly complicate it by using the species name, too.
Maurice.
Yeah.
August.
August.
Inolphus.
Inolphus.
Morrissey.
Morrissey.
So you put it all together, it's Augustinolophus Morrissey. Why are we subjecting this group of Tahoe Elementary School students to a lesson in scientific pronunciation?
Augustinolophus.
Okay, very good.
That might be the only time I say it so smoothly.
It's actually all because of this man, Assemblyman Richard Bloom from Southern California.
There's a state folk...
Oh, and he's got a Cal sign behind his desk. Hey, good for him, you know? Yeah, I used to work there.
Dance.
He took some ribbing because of this.
We're proud to have it as the...
And yeah, it's definitely named after the lead singer of the Smiths, Saguijuana. Yes, indeed.
Folk dance.
He took some ribbing because of this.
I say it so smoothly.
It's actually all because of this man, Assemblyman Richard Bloom from Southern California.
There's a state folk dance.
He took some ribbing because of this.
We're proud to have it.
It's just... If the state folk dance of California is not the Mexican hat dance or the chicken dance, I'm going to be very disappointed. Somebody can look it up.
As the only dinosaur that is native only to California.
And that's not true, actually. Aletapelta, also native only to California. You would hope you would know that. And honestly, Aletapelta is more distinct than Augustinolophus. Augustinolophus... It's not honestly all that different from Saurolophus. At least Aletapelta is a bit different. I don't know. Honestly, Aletapelta would have made a better state dinosaur than Augustinolophus, but you know, that's just my 2 cents.
As the only dinosaur that is native only to California.
That's right.
Yeah, not true. And the square dance. Wait, what? Real Men Grow Beards, Jody Fish. You're telling me the square dance is California's official folk dance? How many other states have the square dance as their official folk dance? Is this like a... is this a Northern Cardinal or Western Meadowlark kind of situation where a dozen different states claim the square dance as their official state folk dance? Just like there's a bunch of different states that have the American robin or the Western Meadowlark as their official state bird. You love square dancing, Miss Yvette? I'm glad you do. I don't know. I don't know how to square dance. I never learned in school or anything. But I've heard it described to me before. Square dancing is like, it's dancing for people who love rules. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I've heard. And it makes me laugh. And you know, if that's true for you, awesome. More power to you, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Like all countries that claim humans as their... Oh, Allie J. Oh no, Allie J, I read that wrong. All the countries that claim hummus as their own invention. There's probably even more countries that claim humans as their own invention, Allie J. All these different countries where there are local traditions like, oh yeah, our country's definitely the birthplace of humanity, you know? Yeah. 29 states have the square dance? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. Sloppy says they didn't teach square dance in Martinez? Not in my school, Sloppy D. No. Yeah. And list of U.S. state dances. Thank you, Real Men Grow Beards. Getting it straight from the source. The simple English Wikipedia for all of those square dance enjoyers. Square dance, Alabama, Arkansas, Colorado, Connecticut, Georgia, Idaho, Louisiana, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi. It's like not just the majority, but also not just the plurality, but also the majority of states have square dance. Oh boy. You know? Oh no. Oh, California has 2? West Coast swing and square dance? Get rid of square dance. Make it West Coast swing, you know? Be unique, California. Oh boy. Yeah. The official folk dance is square dance, and I guess our regular dance is West Coast swing. There's a reference here. State symbols from the California State Library. Let's see if we can find Augustin Alophus in this. Yeah, because in California we have both a state dinosaur and a state fossil, and they are not the same, unlike in some other states. Yeah. Choose state symbol. What is wrong with this website? I have it too big. Let's try dance. West Coast swing dancing, related to the swing, whip, or jitterbug, came into being in the early 30s in response to new musical forms, then sweeping the land like jazz, I presume. It doesn't say anything about square dance. Oh, I guess it's under folk dance. Square dancing. There you go. Let's try fossil. Smilodon, the saber-toothed cat, is our official state fossil here. Smilodon calcanifornicus. Californicus. Isn't that Calcaniformis? I think that species name has since changed. But anyway. And our official state dinosaur is Augustin Alophus. There you go. Yeah. And, here we are back in our video. So let's go to that. But, yeah. And yeah, SV Harkin, that's new as of last year, right? New state dinosaur of Massachusetts, SV Harkin. Podokesaurus, they really should have gone with Ankylosaurus, but that's okay, you know? Whatever. I'm not gonna rain on those kids' parade. There's a place whose official dance was Gangnam Style. Maybe you could make that a municipal dance. In, well, Mayor of Space, shoot. Mayor of Space, you could use your significant political power as the Mayor of Space to make Gangnam Style the official dance of space. You know? You really, really could. Although that might have to contend with whatever this is. Let's see. And yeah. Here we go. I think this might be a more official dance for space.
Hey baby, wake up from your asleep. We have arrived onto the future and the whole world is become electronic, super.
Yeah, Edobot.
Supersonic, electronic.
Delta, are you familiar with this?
Hey baby, ride with me away. We doesn't have much time. My blue jeans is tight, so onto my love rocket climb. Inside
this is a little bit more blue than I remember.
But love, above us, there is nothing above but the stars above.
All systems gone. Prepare for down count.
All systems gone. Prepare for down count.
5, 4, 3, 1. Off blast!
Fly away in my space rocket. You no need put money in my pocket.
Yeah.
The door is closed, I just lock it. Ha!
Ride like fire.
You and me gets higher and higher.
Communication wire.
Only thing can stop us is flat tire.
I forget how good the lyrics are in this. Only thing can stop us is flat tire.
Hey, love crusader, I want to be your space invader.
Yeah, anyway, I think it might get a little bit more risque. But here's a link if you'd like to watch this not live on stream. There you go. From the wonderful, venerable country of Moldavania. The song is called Electronic Supersonic. So yeah. Anyway, back to our official state dinosaur here in California. There we go.
Dance.
He took some ribbing because of this.
We're proud to have it as the only dinosaur that is native only to California.
There are many birds that are endemic only to California today, which are themselves living dinosaurs. Yeah, also, even Mesozoic dinosaurs. Aletopelta is from nowhere else. We haven't found it anywhere else yet. Aletopelta is also only from California. That honestly would have been a better candidate for California state dinosaur. But, you know, some hadrosaur researchers got hold of this and named it as a new species. Back when I was a kid, this wasn't its own genus or species. Aletopelta was. This was not. This was just considered, you know, Saurolophus spa. You know, Saurolophus species. So, yeah.
That's right, a dinosaur. What Bloom wants to be the next state symbol would be the state dinosaur.
It's a duck-billed dinosaur. It's a leaf eater. It was in California about 70 million years ago.
The Augustinophus morrissey. Had you heard of this dinosaur before you reached out to the scientific community?
Not in my entire life.
Augustinophilus morrissey.
Very good.
You didn't quite get it, but that's okay. Augustinophilus is not the most intuitive dinosaur name, you know? It's not Stegosaurus or Tyrannosaurus or Velociraptor. It doesn't have that same ring to it necessarily. It's not even Parasaurolophus.
His friends call him Augie.
That's Greg Lucas, the state librarian.
I know, and I'm honored to be the California state fossil.
Lucas is keeper, so to speak, of all the state symbols.
I mean, we have fossils, we have an official state tree, an official motto, marine fish, fresh.
Yeah, the state marine fish. Does anybody know what that critter is? Can anybody tell me what the state marine fish is? This orange fish is California's state marine fish. Anybody know? Abandoned fairground goldfish. Oh, I wish. Let me look it up on the Tree of Life, because it might actually be a wrasse neon coffee cat, but we did get one correct answer there. There we go. Here is our grand Tree of Life. Oh boy, hang on a minute. Let me make sure I've got the right genus and species. Oh boy. What? Just like with a lot of other fishes, it's got too many names, like too many fishes of the same There it is. All right, let's zoom in to our California state marine fish. And there we go right there. What do you mean no common name? It's called a Garibaldi. What? Have I been misled? What's up with this? Yeah, there we go. The Garibaldi is our state marine fish. So, Sibeliusaurus, you were 100% correct. Very nicely done. This is our state marine fish in California. So, why did that not come up on the Rubundicus? Why did that not come up on our Tree of Life? Is this a taxonomically troubled creature, perhaps? Has it been recently reclassified? Yeah. And it's a kind of damselfish. Cool, Allie J. Didn't know that. Yeah. No common name. What? I don't know what's going on here. But anyway. And it's not a blenny. What? How? Also known as the Catalina goldfish, marine goldfish, or the Garibaldi damselfish, which I think it actually is a damselfish. Hypsipops rubundicus. Is that? Oh boy, I'm flummoxed here. Why is the? Does it have a history of taxonomic troubles here? Why isn't it on our Tree of Life? No, but Allie J is 100% right. It is a damselfish. And it belongs to this group, Homocentridae, which I bet you if we look this up on our Tree of Life, we'll come up with something, right? Yep. I guess whoever put this together doesn't care about actinopterygian fishes. Because you know what? No pictures for any of these. How is that oh, boy. The fish are severely neglected on here. I don't know why that is. That's really weird. Yeah. And yeah, it is named after Giuseppe Garibaldi. Captain Lamy, yeah. Yeah. Maybe it is a work in progress, SV Harkin. I don't know. That's bizarre. We've never encountered that before, whether we're looking up, you know, whether we're looking up squamate reptiles or, I don't know, anseriform birds, whether we're looking up coleopterid insects. They've always got pictures and stuff. Why are there no pictures for our damselfish? What's up with that? That's bizarre. I don't get it. I don't get it. So anyway, yeah. Anyway. That's our state marine fish here in California, is the Garibaldi. So, yeah. Anyway, there it is there in our video.
We have fossils, we have an official state tree, an official motto, marine fish, freshwater fish, silver gold rush town, gold rush town.
And he should know them. Before he was librarian, Lucas was a reporter too.
When I worked for the San Francisco Chronicle, one of the bills we had to cover was the bill that created the saber-toothed cat as the official state fossil. And it was carried by a gentleman named Ralph Dills, who had come to the assembly in 1936. And by the time he carried this bill, he was about 80 years of age and change. And so it was every time he'd bring up the bill, like there'd be all this snickering in the audience about, oh, is he making himself the official state fossil?
And the Augustinolaphus we'll start calling him Augie like Lucas does, would be added to that list.
I mean, what's interesting about the Augie the dinosaur is that the only bones of it have been found in California.
It's a duck-billed dinosaur that's a...
This is Luis Giape, by the way, from Los Angeles County Museum. It's a dinosaur paleontologist. He was doing some fieldwork in Utah this summer, like fewer than 100 miles away from where I was digging in Utah this summer, which is pretty cool. I only realized that after the fact, after I read an article about that. But yeah, Luis Giape, well-known dinosaur paleontologist.
A plant-eating dinosaur that lived about 66 million years ago.
Luis Chiappe knows all about Augie the dinosaur. He's the director of the Dinosaur Institute at the Natural History Museum in Los Angeles.
There are only 2 specimens that are known of this dinosaur. One was found in Fresno County and the other in San Benito County.
Augie made its way through the assembly committees.
I'm happy to say it passed unanimously, not without a little bit of ribbing, but it did pass unanimously.
No pun intended with the ribbing?
No pun intended.
AB 1540 will establish the Augustinolophus morrissey as the official state dinosaur of California.
And the floor.
Ayes 49, no 0. The measure passes.
And is moved to the Senate.
The system works.
There, it's up to the governor to validate Augie as the state dinosaur.
Oh, sure. Go ahead and try pronouncing the name.
And while the kids at Tahoe Elementary know a lot about dinosaurs.
What was your favorite dinosaur of the whole thing?
T-Rex. Stegosaurus has spikes on its back so it can cool it or warm its body.
Those are plates, and they're probably not for thermoregulation, but it's okay. He's a kid.
Triceratops was because it has 3 horns and it could like protect itself while like if it was eating food and then a dinosaur like a T-Rex would try and attack it, it could use its horns to protect itself.
Right on.
Really
Yeah.
Until we showed them.
Preach it, sister.
Now they're all about our possible state dinosaur. And at the end of the day, that's really the point of the whole exercise.
Well, the real purpose behind this bill is to excite the imagination of young people around science and STEM education.
And if the kids at Tahoe were any indication, if Augie becomes a state dinosaur... Who thinks that should be the state dinosaur? Wow, a lot of you. He'll get a warm welcome. In Sacramento, Dave Manocheri for Common Ground.
There you go. You know, sometimes the system works. Sometimes government is used for good things. Anyway, here's a video. Here's a link to that video right there. And now she's too old to be one of my old students in Tess. I taught younger kids than that. Yeah, and this video is from 5 years ago. Holy cow. I was last teaching a year and a half ago now. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Massachusetts state fish, probably the scrod. What is that SBR? Sounds vulgar. Oh no. And now you're good, Zintaus. You're good. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. And welcome back, Clouds in the Air. Good to have you here. Yeah. And Allie J says, this is my state fish. They are like puppy dogs. So gentle and curious. Is it a sheephead or something like that? What's cool is that a female can change into a male when there's a gap in the population. Groupers do the same thing? Interesting. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life. Giant pigfish is what they're calling it here. Ooh, very cool. Yeah. There are, oh yeah, and there you go. California sheephead is a relative. California sheephead will also change from female to male. As far as I know, all of these fish are born female. And only if a female like has a really good life and she's very successful, she manages to eat a whole bunch of food and gets big enough, does she actually transform into a male later on. Like, all of them are born female. The only way that they become male is through having a long, successful life. Which is interesting. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And sheephead, pigfish. I know, right, Oscar Juniors? Yeah. Yeah, they're not the greatest names. They're really not. And no one gives them grief over it? Of course not, Iconic Song. If they do, they get bit. Let me see if I can find you a video on, let's see. Let's see. There's a bunch of videos on how to catch and kill them, which I'm not looking into. Female to male? I don't know if we're gonna find that for the California sheephead, but there is a similar species. Off the coast of Japan, and I think this is it right here.
And crack them open with only their mouth.
Well, hang on, that's not the one I was trying to find. Yeah, give me a second here. But there's so many different kinds of fish that get called sheepheads too, that it's yeah. There we go. I know we've watched this one time before, but here it is again. Nature is incredible.
In the underwater.
And actually, we've got some interesting, let's see, cowfish, as Ali J. Yeah, as far as I understand it, there was once a widely held belief among people from Western Europe that, like, for every animal that was on land, it had an equivalent in the ocean. And so sharks used to be called dogfish, because it's like, or sea dogs. Because it's like, oh yeah, we've got dogs on land, that must mean that we've got dogs in the ocean too. We have sheeps on land, that must mean that we have sheep in the ocean too. And so that's where a lot of these marine creatures got their names. That may be where starfish got their name too, or sea stars. You know? This kind of weird belief that, like, there has to be perfect symmetry between on land and in the water, you know? So yeah, the mythical sea goat. Mr. Snipes, there's probably an actual creature called a sea goat. Probably some kind of ray-finned fish. I don't know. Projecting onto mysterious places. There you go, SV Arkin, yeah. Yeah. Or merino. Oh, are like merino wool? Lenina? Interesting. Sea monkeys, Ali J, yeah. Yeah. Here, I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Is the time for mating.
I'll be back in a minute. Yeah. Spoonfish. Yeah, there's plenty of things like that. Elfin. Or, yeah, of course. Yeah. Shoot, I'm trying to think of, let's see. Well, lionfish. Spoonfish. Somebody can come up with an answer for that. There's probably some fishes that are also named after inanimate objects, too. But, yeah. Here, I'm off to the little paleontologist room. I'll be back in just a minute. Hang tight with this video. I'll be right back. And so California sheepheads will do the same thing. In fact, actually, let me see if I can look them up. On our tree of life here. California sheephead. There we go. And we'll probably find Cobbidae right nearby. They're probably sister taxa. They're each other's closest living relatives. Yeah. Man, that's a... Yep, California sheephead. And Asian sheephead wrasse. Galapagos sheephead wrasse. Barred hogfish. I betcha Asian sheephead wrasse is the same one that we're talking about here. Let's look at it there on Wikipedia. Also known as the Cobbidae. There you go. Yeah, yes. Really cool stuff. Really cool indeed. So yeah, Yeah, Jurassic Parking intensified. How you doing, Iacane, by the way? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good New Year's. It's good to see you. Yeah. You wonder how that works for the fish species in terms of genetic diversity? That's a good question, Ali J. I couldn't begin to answer that. I really don't know. Yeah, it's a fascinating question. Yeah. And yeah, Ali J. I guess... Yeah, shoot, I don't know. I'm not quite sure how that works. But anyway, we've been going for kind of a while now, over 5 hours on this stream. But do we have anybody here who is not clued into our dinosaur bingo game? Somebody type in !bingo right now. For the past few streams that we had at the very end of 2022, we talked about all of these new dinosaurs described in 2022. We did a countdown of all the 30-plus new dinosaurs named in the past year. Well, we're going to be paying extra special attention to all of the new dinosaurs that are published in 2023. We're going to be doing a bingo game based on them. Here is my card that I have right here, bingo card ID 001. We have a limited number of these cards. You can download one for free. I don't think you can actually save it, but screenshot it. Everybody who wants one can get a free bingo card to themselves. The system will generate one just for you. Keep that card and that number. Save it to your hard drive or whatever. And as new dinosaurs are discovered and announced, published on this year, we will mark these off and see who gets a bingo first, which is going to be pretty cool. I'm very excited for this. I tried to think of, well, I don't know. I tried to come up with a bunch of different scenarios for new dinosaur discoveries. Not just new dinosaur taxa, like new stegosaur or new spinosaur, but also things like a commercial dinosaur specimen sells at auction for way too much money. Or a new dinosaur taxon gets named with no stratigraphic data whatsoever, which would be bad. Both of these would be bad. But anyway. So as 2023 progresses, we will be taking note of all of these new developments and playing a bingo card. Playing a bingo game with different cards like that. This is how we're going to keep track of it. Try and have fun with that in the new year. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, dinosaur genus with five or fewer letters. Exactly, Clouds. Yeah. Yeah. And wait, no, Clouds, that's not... You're talking about a new dinosaur genus published in 2023 is what I'm talking about, Clouds. And I don't think we have that yet. Let me double check my sources here. Yep. Nope, don't have that yet for 2023. Yeah. So yeah, and you can print it too, Clouds. Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to be setting up a special Discord channel. I think Claire Burr may have already done that for us, where you can share your particular bingo card just to show everybody that, you know, that you've got it. Keep ourselves honest here. So it's already set up. Thank you, Claire, and thank you, Lenina. Excellent. Yeah. So that is going to be a ton of fun. Again, you can go to that link there. It was right here. There it is. Again, there in chat. And you can download or acquire your bingo card there. Please, only one per chatter. And let's see. Where is my dashboard here for that? So I can see... here, give me a second here. There we go. Manager. We've already got 45 so far, which is excellent. There's a finite number, and by the way, that link will expire at the end of January. So get your card now while you can, and keep it to, yeah, download it. Keep it safe, because we're going to be using this for the next year, or however long it takes, for people to get bingos and then blackouts. So it's going to be good. It's going to be real good. So yeah, you're number 44. Very nice, Golganak. Very nice. So we'll be continuing to use that link and give people bingo cards until the end of January, and then we're set. You know? Then that's all she wrote. And we'll use those for the rest of the year. So yeah, you're number 19. Very nice, Clouds. All right. 22 from Jody Fish. 38 for Allie J. Yeah. And you don't have to add Keep It Secret. No, Zintaus. We're actually going to be posting our cards in the Discord. So, yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. That way we can keep each other honest. And as new dinosaur discoveries are made and announced, we'll be discussing them here on Paleontologizing. We'll be crossing off, marking those squares as completed on the bingo cards. So yeah. And by the way, if anybody is not familiar with how bingo works, here is a video about that.
The goal of the game is to be the first player to get 5 chips in a row on their
Pretty
scorecard.
simple. Yeah.
Your row of 5 chips can be horizontal, vertical, or diagonal.
Mm-hmm.
To get started, give each player at least 1 scorecard.
And we each get 1 scorecard for this for the whole year. Rather than having bingo numbers called in real time, it's going to be over the course of the year as new dinosaurs are discovered and announced and published. That's when we'll be marking these off live on stream.
And plenty of bingo chips.
Yeah.
Then.
And the free space makes it fair. We don't have a free space, T-Mat Tricks. It's going to be a bit trickier. But again, this is a bingo game that's supposed to last the whole year. So we shall see.
Have 1 player,
yeah,
the caller, randomly choose from the game pieces which have letters and numbers that correspond with the scorecards and call out their selection. For example, the caller might draw B6, which corresponds to the B6 square on the scorecards.
Or it might correspond to, oh, we've got a new troodontid discovered here for this square. Then you would mark that square like that.
If your scorecard has that square on it, place a bingo chip on it.
Yep.
Once all the players have had an opportunity to place a chip on their scorecard, have the caller choose another letter and number combination.
Anyway, pretty simple.
Keep playing like this until 1 player gets 5 chips in a row on their scorecard.
And so I haven't decided yet, but we might actually have a prize for the lucky player who manages to get a bingo first. Love to see about that. Maybe I can 3D print something or something and ship it out to somebody. We'll have to see. I don't know how long it'll take, honestly. It could be all year before somebody gets a bingo. Or it might happen right away, within the first couple months or something. We might also have a blackout, so the first person to get all of their different squares filled in will also get a prize. We'll have to see. Haven't quite figured that part out yet, but, we'll figure it out. Yeah. And, but yeah, and Cloud says, Danny, do you have a website you use to find new dinosaur papers? I do. It is called twitter.com. I follow a lot of other paleontologists on there, and that's how I find out about a lot of these new papers. So yeah. Yeah.
If you're the first player to get 5 in a row, call out bingo to win the game.
There you go. Yeah.
And bingo.
They're pretty simple. Pretty simple. I assume not everybody here is familiar with bingo. So there's that. Yeah, and we'll be talking about this for the next month. Giving out more bingo cards, all that good stuff. But yeah. And here is my bingo card. Right here, which I actually need to reset because none of these... There we go, we don't have any yet. But yeah... And internal soft tissue is going to be my center square right there. That's going to be a critical one. I hope we get something with this. We had a dinosaur called Daurlong. Well, yeah, let me say we were doing this for 2022. That had evidence of internal soft tissue. And it was a new dromaeosaur. And it was a new genus that ends in long. So with 1 new dinosaur published, you could have 3 squares covered like that. Which would be really cool. But anyway, that was from last year. 2022, so that doesn't count for this year's bingo. Anyway, yeah. Renamed it to Paleo. Well, Shepard, it doesn't actually have the BINGO, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah. Anyway, that's going to be fun. Now, for the very end of today's stream, I figured, given that it is January 2nd, 2023 today, let's do some predictions for what might happen in 2023 regarding dinosaur science. Feel free to type your own predictions into chat. Let's talk about this real quick. New predictions for 2023 in dinosaur paleontology. Mommy Does says new Allosaurus, then not a new Allosaurus. You mean a new Allosaurus specimen? That's a pretty decent prediction, actually. Let me make my own list of predictions here. (2023) Dinosaur Science predictions. Actually, let me make that predictions for dinosaur science. In 2023. Yeah, more Australian dinosaurs is Allie J? Let's hope so. Yeah. That's probably a given, I would say. Yeah. And Leninus's prediction, Acrocanthosaurus will be voted as coolest dinosaur by me, the Lenina. It's probably a safe bet, Lenina. Yeah. Oscar Jr. says smallest adult dinosaur found. Ah. You mean non-avian dinosaur, Oscar Jr. We already have the smallest dinosaur. And it's unlikely to be usurped. But yeah. Yeah. And Lenina says serious prediction, an ichthyosaur will be published that size rivals that of a blue whale. Ooh, I hope you're right, Lenina. I really hope you're right. Shoot. Could be. Yeah. And Mr. Snipe says a rare jellyfish fossil would turn up. Possibly. Although for my predictions... yeah, we... are going to be talking about dinosaurs in particular. So my dinosaur science predictions, which I've already thought about for this year, are as follows. And we'll go through them one by one. My first prediction for 2023 Spinosaurs will continue to change. I may have a horse in that fight, actually. I need to get my Spinosaur paper published. But, yeah, those animals will continue to change. A number of other different kinds of dinosaurs, our perception of them will change too, but I don't know how close those are to publication. Some things I am privy to but can't share yet. But Spinosaurids, oh boy, I need to work on this. But yeah, our perception of that dinosaur, that group of dinosaurs, Spinosaurids, I think will continue to change. This is a safe bet right there. I really do think that Spinosaurids, the time is they are a-changin' for those critters. That is an easy place to start. Spinosaurids are some very enigmatic theropod dinosaurs. We think some of them may have been semi-aquatic. We think that they're maybe even obligate piscivores. They may have needed to eat fish in order to make a living. They seem to be well adapted for eating fish. That's kind of what my paper is about. Other people have suggested, teased, that they have Spinosaurid publications coming out too. So, yeah. It does seem like a given, Dinosaur Dave. But, you know, we're starting off safe with these predictions for 2023. So there's that. Spinosaurs will continue to change. And add to dictionary. Don't tell me that's misspelled, because it's not. Google Chrome. Duh. Mr. Snipe says change is good. Mr. Snipe said, actually reminds me of a joke. You want to hear it? Give me a 3 in chat if you'd like to hear a joke. Type a number 3 into chat if you'd like to hear a joke. Okay, we're getting some 3s. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Mayor Space. So, here's the joke. Out in Manhattan, New York City, there's a Zen Buddhist monk, and he walks up to a hot dog vendor, and he says, "Hi there, make me one with everything." A lot of people know that one, but not as many people know the reply of the hot dog vendor to the Zen Buddhist monk. The Zen Buddhist monk says, "Make me one with everything." And then the hot dog vendor makes the hot dog, puts everything on it, hands it to the Zen Buddhist monk, who proceeds to hand him a $100 bill. And then he, is chowing down on the hot dog, and then he looks expectantly at the hot dog vendor, who just kind of smiles and nods. And then the monk says, "Well, excuse me, I gave you a $100 bill. Where's my change?" And the hot dog vendor says, "Change comes only from within." Yeah. It's a dumb joke, but it's an old one. So yeah. Anyway, change is good. Whether you're a Spinosaurid or whether you're somebody who paid $100 for a hot dog, change is good. And Spinosaurs will continue to change in 2023. A safe prediction. Playing it safe with our first one, you know? You want to play it safe with your first one. So, yeah. I predict we'll be looking back at this at the end of January in 2023 and saying, you know what? That was a safe prediction to make. It really was. Yeah. For our second one, predictions for dinosaur science in 2023. It might be a little bit too early to predict this, but we're going to be bold with our second one. I think we might have growing suspicion over not necessarily the site itself, but some of the interpretations of the Tanis KPG site. Which is unfortunate after the year that we've had. David Attenborough released a documentary. Well, he hosted a documentary about the famous Tanis site that's supposed to document the actual day of the asteroid impact. At the very end of the Cretaceous period, basically the last day of the age of dinosaurs, as it's been touted. I've been hearing rumors about this from other researchers, and, yeah. So we're kind of going out on a little bit of a limb here, but this might be the year that some of this stuff starts to unravel. So yeah, we shall see about that. Mayor Space. I like that. And I like your joke too, Dread Pirate Robert. There you go. Yeah. So anyway, the tennis site. Let me show you a little video about this first off. There we go. It's really about some of the extraordinary claims made in be borne out by extraordinary evidence. So it's one of my predictions for 2023. We shall see. Yeah. You think there'll be at least one new dinosaur discovery published out of Winton in Australia? Dinosaur Dave? I would not be shocked if that were true. Beautiful dinosaur fossils coming out of there. Yeah. 50 scientific... Dread Pirate Robert? That very well could be true. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I have... How many more? 1, 2, 3, 4 more predictions. Another one is kind of a safe one, but it's something that's right up my alley. More evidence published for dinosaur anagenesis. And add that to the dictionary, please. Anagenesis means evolution in a linear fashion in a lineage without branching. It's non-branching evolution. We saw new evidence for dinosaur anagenesis this year in Daspletosaurus wilsoni. There we go. And we talked about this on New Year's Eve. 2 days ago. Yeah. Basically, what this is like straight line evolution from one dinosaur to another without branching. It's just one population slowly evolving over time, is the idea. So Daspletosaurus, we now have 3 species of this animal, and we think we can basically track them evolving over millions of years, which is really, really cool. This may be the lineage that gave rise to T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex. And, yeah. Let's see. So lots of dinosaurs from North America were previously thought to represent diversity, i.e. that they lived at the same time, which would be evidence of branching evolution. However, a wealth of new specimens and a better understanding of their placement in time has changed what we think. We can now see many of these species are actually very finely separated in time from each other, forming consecutive ladder-like steps in a single evolutionary lineage, where one ancestral species evolves directly into a descendant species. This is called the anagenesis mode of evolution, and is contrasted with cladogenesis, where successive branching events produce many species that are closely related and therefore look similar to each other, but represent evolutionary cousins rather than ancestors and descendants. Our study supports the addition of Tyrannosaurs to a growing list of dinosaurs, including the horned and duck-billed dinosaurs, for which anagenesis, linear evolution, has been proposed. This is a really, really cool paper, by the way, and I'd like to share it with you here, if you haven't seen it yet. But this has been a soapbox of mine and close colleagues for a long time, and a lot of dinosaur paleontologists are still really skeptical of this idea. They're like, oh yeah, you know, anytime we have a new species, a new kind of dinosaur, it has to be a branching event, right? But no, the thing is, if you can pay really close attention, if you can determine on a very fine scale when these animals lived, sometimes they stack up perfectly. One, and then another, and then another, and another, non-overlapping. It seems one actually evolved into another, into another, into another. That should be the null hypothesis, I believe, kind of our default idea in a lot of these situations. It seems like the actual splitting events that would split a lineage into 2 different lineages, that might be a lot harder to do than just having one population kind of slowly evolving over time. Especially for animals that were as big and mobile as dinosaurs. It would take quite a lot to separate them geographically. These are creatures that could cover long distances, traverse lots of different kinds of terrain. take a lot to speciate them, potentially. So yeah. And so monkeys to humans was cladogenesis. Exactly, Embervix. Splitting. You got it, Embervix, yeah. So yeah, and how you doing, Hannies? Welcome. Yeah. So anyway, I think we will continue to see more of that. So more evidence published for dinosaur anagenesis in 2023. That is another prediction of mine. Because this is a growing trend. We're starting to see more and more of this. As more researchers study the stratigraphy, the rock layers in which these animals lived, as more people pay closer attention to the fine details of the strata, and document when these dinosaurs came from, the clearer the picture gets, and the more it seems we've got more anagenesis, rather than cladogenesis in a lot of these cases. So I hope that makes sense. And in a similar vein, I've got another prediction for 2023. Additional evidence for... oh no, how did I word this? Hang on a minute. Let's see. More dinosaur taxa sunk. Let's put that in... Sunk due to ontogeny. This is another thing that has been growing in dinosaur paleontology. Like this wonderful dinosaur approaching.
Ontogeny.
Thank you, Hadronovi Urchlovak. Hadronovi Urchlovak. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And hello to you too. How you doing? So, we know, longtime viewers know this is a particularly pronounced soapbox of mine. What we used to assume was diversity among different kinds of dinosaurs. In many cases, it turned out to be differences in ontogeny instead. So here's a good example of that right here.
Ontogeny.
So here are what we used to think were three different genera of dinosaurs: Dracorex, Stygimoloch, and Pachycephalosaurus. They all lived in basically the same place, Western North America. You know, Montana, the Dakotas, Wyoming, the same general area. All lived around the same time, Hell Creek Formation, at the end of the Cretaceous. And now, by cutting open the bones of these animals and looking at the growth rings inside, it's clear that Dracorex is a juvenile, Stygimoloch is a subadult, and Pachycephalosaurus is the adult. This is all the same animal, just different growth stages of the same critter. Juvenile, subadult, adult. These critters that we used to think were so different that they had to be different genera or different species, they very well might be, in fact, they really seem to be, all members of the same species. They just change a lot as they grow and develop. So yeah. I think we're going to start seeing this for more and more dinosaurs. And I think we'll see more evidence of that this year. So the names Dracorex and Stygimoloch have gotten, as we say, sunk. They've gotten sunk, and now we all just call them Pachycephalosaurus. Pachycephalosaurus was the first one to be named, so due to the rules of priority, that's the one we keep. Pachycephalosaurus. So Stygimoloch and Dracorex are juvenile Pachycephalosaurus. This is what we call, ontogeny. So yeah, I think in 2023 we'll have more dinosaur taxa sunk due to ontogeny. As more paleontologists who work on dinosaurs, start to realize that, hey, a lot of these things that we used to think were differences between species, those are growth differences. These animals change a lot as they grow. We're going to have some more dinosaurs sunk because of ontogeny there. So there you go. Yeah. Anyway. And,
Ontogeny.
And Dinosaur Dave, we'll see about that. Yeah, I might be digging up a Torosaurus this spring. So we'll see about that. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. That's one of my predictions here. A positive change that I think we will continue to see, or hopefully this will come to fruition in the year 2023. Dinosaur auction bubble pops. Many of you have probably heard about all of these dinosaur skeletons being sold at auction for millions, sometimes tens of millions of dollars. Not only is this a tragedy for science, but also the people who are buying that are getting ripped off. You know, it doesn't cost that much to dig these animals up in the first place. Maybe a couple hundred or a couple $1,000. And it ultimately harms our science by commodifying these critters. Commodifying scientific data, turning it into a commodity that can be bought and sold for exorbitant amounts of money. We have seen something of a drop in the prices for dinosaur fossils at auction in the past year. I think 2023 will be the year that bubble completely bursts. Even, you know, people who have more wealth than they have common sense, even they will start to realize that they're getting ripped off for these things. I would like to see the commercial market for dinosaur skeletons completely implode in 2023, and I think it's going to happen. So that is one of my predictions for 2023. Yeah. If you'd like to see a video about that, actually, I just uploaded this the other day. Here's my appearance on GB News talking about this. Dinosaur fossils, illegal practices in paleontology. You know, the sale of dinosaur fossils, how it's generally a very negative thing. There's a link right there. Hopefully, we will continue to see a precipitous decline in the price of dinosaur fossils sold at auction, or continue to see many of them not sell at all. Some of you have that as an item on your bingo card already. Let's hope that happens in 2023. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Hope you're spot on with this one. Thank you, Golganek. Yeah. And then I have one more prediction for 2023. And I hope it's an accurate one. And that is as follows. More new dinosaur taxa published than in 2022. I'm hoping and predicting that we have more new genera and species of dinosaurs published in 2023 than in 2022. May we have a bumper crop year of new dinosaurs in 2023. I think we will. I hope we will. I even have a couple of dinosaurs that might get published this year. So I'm hoping for that. Maybe that'll add to the tally. But yeah, may 2023 have more dinosaurs published this year than any year in recent memory. That's my hope and my prediction for this new year. So yeah. 2022 was kind of a slowish year. Yeah. Compared to some previous ones, I think. Yeah. 2020 was a real good year, but a lot of that stuff had been in the pipeline for a long time. So yeah. Anyway, with that being said, I've been streaming now for nearly 6 hours. Let's go ahead and wrap up this stream. Without further ado, let's begin our wrap-up procedure. There's a saber-toothed cat to run under our credits. And don't go away just yet. We're going to go right into somebody doing some science and see if we can continue the science love this evening. So don't go away. Who else is on? And to everybody whose names are showing up there in the credits, I appreciate you more than you know. Followers and lurkers and raiders and chatters and question askers and supporters of every stripe, be they moderators or financial supporters, cheerers and gifters and subscribers. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you for doing what you do. Now, let's see who else is here on Twitch right now. We are going to go right into Science Streams. There we go. We're going to go check out Blint and see what he's doing in terms of science right now. He is a systems biologist who also streams here on Twitch like 8 days a week. It's crazy. He's even wearing a Twitch t-shirt today. We'll go say hi to him and ask how he is doing. Anyway, Happy New Year, all of you. May 2023 be the best year all of us have ever had. I truly hope it is. And we've got some exciting stuff coming up this year here on Paleontologizing. So thanks for being here, and I can't wait for all the cool stuff we've got coming up. Anyway, thank you again, everybody. You take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves and to others. And I'll see you tomorrow for another exciting fossil science stream. Until then, we'll go check out, see what Blint's doing. And bye, everybody. Take care.